In.
We will bring this meeting of Peterborough City Council for February 3rd, 2025 to order. The first item of business we have is our land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we're on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga, the Anishinaabeg. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. The next item is 30 seconds of personal reflection. I would ask those that are able if they could stand and remove their caps for the singing of the national anthem. The Council for the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Our next item of business is approval of minutes from December 9th, 2024 and January 6th, 2025. Moved by Councillor Vasiliadis, second by Councillor Baldwin. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. And before we do that, we have Councillor Hakey and Councillor Duguay joining us tonight remotely. We'll go to a vote.
Aye for me, John.
Councillor Hakey, an affirmative.
Councillor Duguay?
Mr. Clerk, are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are, Councillor Duguay.
I vote in the affirmative.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Parnell as well.
And that is carried. The next item is disclosure of pecuniary interest. This evening, we have quite a number of items on our agenda. Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Chair. Two disclosures tonight. One is for the draft budget. Mr. Clerk, you might have to help me with the page. It's regarding the AmeriCredit lease. I currently work for that company. I'm not sure what pages
Mr. Clerk,
those are.
please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I believe for Councillor Crowley, it is pages 250 and 51 of the budget book, which is in reference to the AmeriCredit lease. And that's under the main budget report, which is item 12B on your agenda. F CFS 24-036. And I'll just check with my colleague, the treasurer here, to see if that's the best spot to identify that pecuniary interest.
Your worship, I would agree with that. So if the item is voted separately, then the councillor could vote then for item 12B. That is correct?
Mr. Clerk, what were those two items, just so I can jot them down?
On the consent report, your worship, it would be the main report, which is 12B, just to separate it with that item.
12B?
Yeah, and the main report.
Okay, got it. Councillor Crowley, you had a second one too.
Yeah, and I have a
believe.
second one regarding 12X, which is the funding of discretionary benefits. I am taking an interest on that as I have a family member who is receiving ODSP.
Thank you, Councillor Crowley. Any further declarations?
Your
Councillor-
worship, Kevin
Councillor
Duguay
Duguay,
speaking.
please. Councillor Duguay?
Yes, I will be declaring two conflicts. The first is with respect to, and I believe I hope I have this right, report FCSFS 24-036. This pertains to the transit storage facility, and the reference in the budget book is 17-148. The conflict arises from my co-owning a residential property on Romaine Street. The,
Clerk, what reference numbers are those?
Thanks, your worship, and that would be under the agenda item 12B, which is the main budget report.
Yes.
And similar to the treasurer's comments, that could be separated so the councillor could vote on the remaining part of that motion.
And Councillor Duguay had a second one, didn't he?
I did, yes, thank you, your worship. This pertains to report IPG PL 25006. I declared a meeting at a recent council meeting as the owner of the property is a former client, and I provided at that time professional planning services for this e-city development.
Mr. Clerk, what number is that? Our consent agenda?
Thanks, your worship. That is item 13D, which is 367 Rogers.
13D.
13D.
Thank
Councillor
you,
Hickey.
Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Hickey, please.
Thank you very much, your worship. I too will declare under item 12.0, so it's part of the main budget. And there is no item number for it other than that, but it's Kawartha Sexual Assault Center funding, as I have a daughter that works for them.
Clerk, what, so we, 12B, and what was it?
Thanks, your worship.
12-0.
That'd be 12-0.
12O.
12-0.
Okay.
And
I'm sorry, Mr. Clerk.
if I might, your worship, just regarding Councillor Dugay's pecuniary interest, I believe there's also a bylaw that's associated with his first declaration, which is in reference to the transit potential bus barn for the transit. That was under
Number, Mr. Clerk.
12. It's bylaw 25-015.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Hickey, any other declarations at this particular time? I'd ask colleagues indulgence this evening because I think we're going to be doing a considerable amount of bouncing back and forth with all the numbers. So I want to make sure that I get everybody, but as I said, we may be bouncing back and forth.
I believe that is it for me, unless the clerk has caught something that I have missed.
Thanks, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Duguay. Our next item is delegations. The first individual to make a presentation this evening, Mr. Roy Brady. Roy, please. Since we have a long list this evening, usually I provide a little latitude if people want to finish thoughts or sentences, but with the long list this evening, I think we're going to have to keep this running pretty close to time. So if you give your name and address for the public record, you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. At the end of 4, we'll let you know it's time to wrap up. Proceed, Mr. Brady, please.
Talk, okay, all right, I
We,
should talk.
we won't deduct that from your time, Roy, so please proceed.
Yeah, okay, Roy Brady, Ware Street, in town ward. We are undertaking very pivotal, unpopular tax increases, and there are growing concerns out there. 6.6%, for example, is not mild. My fear is that such increases will continue, unfortunately. My key thoughts behind this predicament: maintaining City Hall expansion is costly. One example, of course, I feel is being a relentless staff hiring attempts. Recall last November, the manager staff report had recommended a series of within the community cuts, but very, very little at City Hall. This evening's concluding summary provided to City Council led off with, quote, proposed staffing levels referenced in the documents be approved. Well, add to this, on pages 297 to 307 in the documents, there are 21 recommended hirings as staff needs and staff wants to be added shortly, and perhaps some, maybe many, next year. Further budget woes, capital projects, yes, funded from development charges and not the property tax base, have been backlogged in the past because of cost. Yet, astoundingly, in 2024, a new capital proposal suddenly became number one, pushing other important proposals further back on the list. Number one now being the Bonneworth Park development and not others. A planning budget manager will be hired from the City Council budget deliberations. This proposal, which came from Councillor Duguay and supported by the mayor, appears to be actually quite wise and of immediate need, because it will be the hiring of a planner to deal exclusively with development proposals. Had such attention not been picked part of up to now planning department? Why was such attention not a true priority within this development already in place? Our population is facing a tax explosion. Of course, this is occurring in other municipalities also. I maintain the City Hall expansion is costly and during very difficult economic and political times. Managers must try to realign existing staff to avoid further hirings. The talent is there. It's conceded that I do concede that way too much of municipal spending is to carry out what should be and was at one time provincial responsibilities. And that's happened since the mid to late 90s. That's a tough one. More about that in a minute. In fact, more about it right now. Note, we have a provincial election. Could this problem become an election issue right now? No time to waste. We have a Conservative MPP right here to be contacted and convinced by all of us. So, yes, you have your work cut out for you as political representatives, and that'll be throughout 2025 as well. Such won't be easy, but is entirely necessary. So bring in the community to help, but it has to happen. So thank you.
Thanks very much, Roy. There may be some questions for you. Questions for Mr. Brady? Thank you very much, Roy, for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Next, I would ask Corey McLeod to come forward, the president of ATU 1320. Mr. McLeod, please. And if we could have your name and address, sir, for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Welcome, Mr. McLeod.
Thank you very much, Council, Your Worship. Corey McLeod, Donnerville Street, Peterborough. So good evening, everyone, Council. Prior to this City Council, the ATU 1320 hosted a Zoom meeting. All the candidates running for council were invited to participate. Many of you did, in fact, do so. As a reminder, the subject of the meeting at the time was, if elected, how will you fix Peterborough Transit? Because it was broken at the time. Back then, under the control of the previous director, transit was completely broken. However, I'm happy to report that under the current director of transit has turned everything around for the better. Peterborough Transit is now in excellent hands, but back to that Zoom meeting. Those of you who did attend our meeting had nothing but words of support for public transportation in our city. You reiterated the union's message that regarding the importance of investment in public transportation. Incidentally, the City of Peterborough has adopted an official master plan. That is an agreed upon aspiration for our city, which council ought to unanimously endorse. Of course, along with that plan is the city's transportation master plan, which includes significant investment in public transit. The ATU has very good reasons to suggest that council ought to endorse the city master plan. Back in 2019, council made a climate emergency declaration where council promised to incorporate a climate change lens into all city actions and policies. Net zero by 2050. I truly hope my implications here are axiomatic. Public transportation is good for the environment. If you agree with the former, then you must agree with the latter. Peterborough Transit requires your investment today, now, tonight. Transit has a target of increasing the number of trips taken by 12%. Increasing the frequency that buses service a bus stop means better reliability. If a rider's wait for a bus is negligible, it follows that transit will attract more passengers. The more people that ride the bus decreases the cost to operate the service. While Peterborough Transit is in fact funded by city taxes, remember that transit is subsidized by Trent University, Fleming College, the gas tax, fare collection, and other grants from the provincial and federal governments. Speaking of which, it is the job of this city council to seek out additional funding models for public transit. I have personally lobbied the provincial and federal governments in person with ATU Canada, requesting dedicated operational funding for Peterborough Transit. It is time for this council to do the same. Peterborough Transit requires 4 new transit operators this year, as identified by the Director of Transit. We, the ATU, support this request. This same council hired 2 new on-road supervisors, but voted down the ask for more drivers. Here's a fact: if you want bus frequency to rise, you must hire more drivers. If 4 drivers is out of the question, then we, the ATU, ask you to compromise. Hire 2. Invest in public transit in Peterborough and keep the wheels on the bus running around and around. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McLeod. Questions? Councillor Burke, then Councillor Real. Councillor Burke, please.
Thanks, Mayor Leo, through you to Mr. McLeod. Corey, thanks for being here. Just want to say for the record that I'll support transit. I have done that in my voting record and followed through with what I've said to you in the meetings that we've had. I think I want to apologize for missing the ask for the additional drivers in our first budget meeting. I'm grateful that the motion was raised so we could correct what happened there. My question through the chair is about sort of a narrative that's going around that there's a large number, 20 or 30, I've heard, transit drivers that are on WSIB. Can you comment on that?
Yeah, I did hear this rumor, and I don't know where that came from. I don't know where this number comes from. We don't have 21 or 24 staff on WSIB in the entire corporation of the city of Peterborough. And if we did have that many people, I would be challenging the health and safety committees. So it's probably around 21. Some weeks it's 16. It goes up and down, but it's not WSIB. It's short-term leave. It's long-term leave. It's medical leaves. It's leaves of absence without pay. And then I think we might have 1 or 2 on WSIB. And it changes from week to week, some of which aren't coming back. So it may never come back.
And finally, through the chair, just to follow up on that point, I think just for the public record, are some of those drivers that are off kind of intermittently, would you say that that's due to the fact that they're being worked beyond their capacity right now, hence the need for more drivers?
That is absolutely part of the problem, that when you have so many drivers that are off and you're trying to backfill with overtime, which is more expensive, then they get tired and then they call in sick intermittently, right? So what's the solution to that? It's before you today. Hire 2 more drivers at least. We're asking for 4.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor Burke. I have Councillor Real next, and then Councillor Chica, then Councillor Vasiliadis. Councillor Real, please.
Through his worship to Mr. McLeod, Corey, certainly the ask or below the line was 4 drivers. Certainly, if the ask was for 2, I know that isn't what you wanted. Would that be a palatable number for ATU? and certainly hopefully council, the two drivers would help, and how would they help?
It would absolutely help because you would be able to backfill all the empty spots. So you will hear on Twitter or X, formerly Twitter, people commenting about I missed my bus. That's because we don't have enough drivers. When someone calls in sick, and you send that person out to cover a bus, if anyone else calls in sick or something happens, which happens every day, then you don't have anyone there. So if you hire 2 more drivers, that's better than 0. So even if you're slowly building it up, it has to be in line with the city's transit master plan, which calls for the hiring of many drivers for, I believe, 2050 or 2051, which is when the plan comes to fruition.
Very much, Corey.
Councillor Chico, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, to Corey, thank you for being here today. It's great to see you and brothers and sisters that are in the room. I just wanted to thank you for your communication that really emphasized our city's climate commitments. And there's a theme to some of the things that are coming up tonight that calls us to remember those things. My question is, and appreciating the piece about bus frequency, if buses don't run frequently, people don't feel confident and they don't live with the expectation that they can get to their appointments and that they can, be on time for work. Will you just clarify what will the 4 drivers, what would 4 drivers mean in terms of frequency on key routes, in terms of minutes? Thank you.
So that would just, as I believe I've kind of touched on that already, just saying that if we have drivers that are calling in sick, we can fill those, and then we can create new routes and increase the frequency, to your point. So you want a bus to come every, half an hour, every 15 minutes. You go into the GTA every 5 minutes. I know we're not going to get there anytime soon, but just increasing the frequency. Every time you add drivers, you have the potential to increase frequency. So we have a lot of buses, and we need more. We definitely need more actual physical buses, but that's another conversation. But starting with increasing drivers will help increase frequency.
Thank you for your leadership and for how transit has been able to be turned around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Vasiliadis, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Through you to Corey. And recently in an article in the paper, you mentioned that we were making cuts to transit. What cuts to transit were you, excuse me, referring to?
The $75,000 to the transit budget of cleaning. That's a cut to transit. And also, if you're not adding to transit and investing in transit going forward, as is identified in the transportation master plan, you're making cuts that you've already promised to make.
Well, no, basically the 4 drivers were never in the budget to begin with. So there was no cut with that. But the 70,000, from my understanding, was a voluntary, and that would have come through your director, actually, to volunteer that money. We asked all departments to do it. Everyone did it. Even, our Peterborough paramedics.
Councillor Vasiliadis, let's get to the
No,
questions.
okay, no, I
We'll
just,
get to the debate.
no, that's fine. I'm just
No.
just curious to know what the cuts were when
Absolutely.
that wasn't, those 4 weren't actually cuts. And so if the director of transit requires 4 drivers, why didn't he put it in the actual budget itself? Because it was a request. It wasn't
McLeod, please.
an ask.
I would ask that you direct that question to the director of transit and not to the ATU.
No, well, I was just wondering because it says in your letter that he requires it.
Well,
So,
he does require it, but I'm not going to speak for him.
yeah, no, and in the last meeting I had, there was no sense of urgency for these hires. So again, I'm a little confused on why that's the case. But you were mentioning that, so we're short drivers now. That's what you're saying. But these 4 drivers were actually to enhance, in the actual budget book itself, it says current demand for service on both Fleming and Trent University has increased in the last past 2 years. These full-time drivers will help with those routes. So is it for those routes or is it for shorter drivers?
It's
Like
for
what?
both. You want to increase service
So,
and you
so
want
it's for
to backfill.
everything then. So there's no specific reason to hire them other than you just need more drivers.
Well, we do need more drivers to backfill the fact that we do not have enough drivers right now.
So are you saying that the reason why your overtime costs have gone from 492,000 to 744,000 is that we're short drivers, basically?
Well, we are short drivers. I can't speak to the reasons. I would ask
Mhm.
you to direct these questions to the Director of Transit.
And I have talked to him about it, and he's answered them. And again, he didn't stress any urgency for hiring drivers. Now, I look at some of the canceled trips, and it's gone from about 1,000 to 1,500 over from 2023 to 2024. So, do you know why that's happening? Like, there's 500 more cancellations than.
Yes, because the drivers are working extra overtime to backfill the overtime for buses that are not running. Or if people calling sick, it goes up. It happens from time to time on any property, especially when you have a property with 130 people. You're going to have a portion of people that are going to call in sick, portion of people that are going to be off on WSIB, short-term, long-term, etc. Life happens. But at this time, we don't have enough to backfill when someone calls in sick. Then you have a driver coming in on overtime, time and a half, which is more expensive than paying for a regular driver, which is what we're asking for today.
All right, well, I'll leave it at there.
Thanks, Councillor Vasiliadis. Any further questions for Councillor Crowley, please?
First off, thank you, Corey. We played phone tag all week.
We did.
All week. It was the craziest thing I've ever seen. Every time I would call you, you wouldn't answer. You'd call me. I wasn't around my phone. It was nuts. Anyway, thank you for coming tonight. I just have a quick question. And this is sort of related, unrelated, but while you're here, I might as well ask it. Is there anything like service level agreements between the transit and the city? Is there anything like that in the, I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of the transit contract, but is there anything like that? I know Councillor Vasiliadis was sort of touching on, like sick time, overtime, stuff like that. Is there anything like that in the transit agreement? I'm not sure.
There's the transit master plan.
Yeah.
And that identifies agreements for how long you have to wait for a bus to come. So
Okay.
if you're waiting 15 minutes at this time, 20 minutes at this time, then you have agreements with Trent University and Fleming where they require buses to come at a certain amount of time, certain amount of routes. All that stuff's kind of built in together.
Okay.
Yes.
No, it was just a question. I just thought I would, and again, say hi.
Hi.
So there you go. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Anything further, Councillor Crowley? No. Any further questions for Mr. McLeod? Mr. McLeod, thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you, Council.
The next presenter is Joanne Bezek-Brocking, please. Joanne? Okay. We're just seeing if Joanne is in the other room. Next door. We may want to go back to Joanne. The next presenter is Rodney Marois on the transit fare increase, and he's joining us remotely. Rodney? Deputy Clerk is working on it.
Unknown
This
participant
number has
is now
call control.
joining.
To get through, please press 8.
Can we reach Rodney? Okay.
This number has call control. To get through, please press 8. The number you have reached has call control and is not accepting calls at this time. Thank you.
Well, we'll keep trying to get Rodney. We'll move down the official plan amendment number 4. Susan Sauvé. Oh, Joanne's with us. Joanne, please, Joanne, you're on. We just had to send out an all points bulletin. Welcome, Joanne. If you could just give us your name and address for the public record, and you have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Welcome.
Thank you. Joanne Bazak Brocking, 1507 Ireland Drive in Peterborough. And yeah, so Mayor Leo, members of council, city staff, and of course, friends and neighbors. I will be speaking to the 2025 draft budget, the final vote for restoring funding for discretionary benefits. First, I previously did present on discretionary benefits, so I will try to limit my comments to new information. I would like to certainly thank council and city staff for just your incredible work on this budget. It's just been outstanding, and for the progress that has been made. I would also like to thank council for making the decision to restore the discretionary benefits, the municipal portion of the funding. This will make a huge difference in the lives of people on Ontario Works who need funding for their vital health needs, such as vision care, glasses, hearing aids, dental, and mobility. I would also know that it will help ensure the subsidized bus passes for both ODSP and OW recipients who cannot afford to use the bus without this. Finally, it ensures that people receive the dignity and compassion they need for funeral and burial costs. I'm here because both Peterborough Currents and the Peterborough Examiner reported that the municipal portion of the discretionary benefits might still be cut. And because one councillor indicated they may change their vote. This would mean that $235,695 that directly assist individuals and families living in poverty would be still cut from the budget. This will cause hardship and suffering in our community, and that propels me to come forward to speak this evening. Why this matters. Since the budget deliberations, Peterborough Public Health released their annual food security report and the United Way their annual housing fundamental report. Together, these reports note that our community are facing the highest rates of poverty, hunger and food insecurity, housing and homelessness recorded in our history. Close to 1 in 5. Peterborough Public Health also issued an urgent call to action to address hunger and food insecurity crisis in our community. The United Way has also issued an appeal. Any cuts to funding that directly assists people living in poverty is incongruent with this call for action, and I know you've all received these reports. The public health report notes that people on social assistance are at greatest risk. A family of 4 on Ontario Works, after paying for food and rent alone, are already $66 in the hole. This has never happened in our community. When people are struggling to pay for the most basic necessities of food and rent, there are simply no funds left over for anything else like those vital health needs that discretionary benefits cover. You may not know that Ontario Works has not been raised for 6 years. A single person gets a maximum of $733 per month, and a room alone costs $877 per month. These are desperate situations. You were informed by the Director of Social Services that cuts to the municipal budget for discretionary benefits would mean that less people would be assisted, and that it would also mean there would be less funding available. We know that the numbers of people on Ontario Works will be increasing. This will cause suffering and hardship for individuals and families who have no other avenue for meeting these vital needs. The municipal contribution to discretionary benefits is more vital than ever. Any budget cuts will impact people. We can debate municipal and provincial jurisdictions and the unfairness of downloads. But today, people are hungry and food insecure. Today, people can't afford their housing. Today, they can't afford their transportation. They cannot afford to pay for glasses, hearing aids, their ability to eat, mobility, and prevention of further deterioration of health problems without discretionary benefits. Mayor Leal and members of council, we, and I am speaking for others, are urging you with this final budget vote to confirm your previous decision to restore municipal funding for discretionary benefits.
Joanne, thank you very much for your presentation. And there could be questions. Councillor Purnell, please.
There we go.
Councillor Purnell.
Thank you through your worship to Joanne. Thank you very much, Joanne, for coming tonight. You and I have spoken about this many times. We actually worked together on it quite strongly between 2010, 2011, 12, when we actually lobbied the province together to increase or to not decrease the discretionary benefits so much, the provincial discretionary benefits. And I was wondering if you would be supportive of this council sending another letter lobbying our MPP, especially during an election, for them to revisit the Ontario Works rates for people, as well as there's mandatory benefits and then the discretionary benefits at the provincial level. Would you be supportive of us doing that, perhaps under new business?
Joanne.
Absolutely, 100%. In any way that we can help with informing that letter or contribute, would be more than willing to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you. And
So
one
thank
further
you for
question.
bringing that up.
Yeah, well, I would like to bring that up under new business when we get there, Your Worship, please. And also, have you contacted MPP Smith or the Premier about this recently? I know how hard you've worked on this over the years.
Not recently. But I will assure you that Income Security Peterborough had many meetings, as well as the healthcare providers against poverty with MPP Smith.
Okay, thank you.
I will also add that we are part of provincial organizations that are also advocating for increase in the rates. And I do hope that you hear me, that I understand the challenges, but we have to look at where we're at today, and we cannot allow people to suffer because we don't have the funds today. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So through you to Joanne, I thank you very much for the conversation that we had at the mayor's luncheon. That was really nice. And thank you so much. It was very, very nice. And thank you for being here. You're the second person now out of 3 people that we've spoken to who've talked about provincial downloading, which I've talked about before here, and how there's been so much provincial and federal downloading. So I know I have to ask you a question. I really just wanted to say hello and thank you for coming. But maybe at some point you could come back to council and maybe help lobby on our behalf to ask the province or the feds to maybe take some load off our municipalities. So, but
be happy to do that.
That would be great.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you again for coming tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Joanne. Any further questions for Joanne? Don't say more. Thank you very much. Deputy Clerk, have we been able to connect with Rodney Marois yet?
Unknown participant
This
is now
number has call
joining.
control. To get through, please press 5.
Okay, we'll move to the official plan amendment number 4. Housekeeping updates report IPG PL 001. Susan Sauve, please. Welcome back to City Hall. If we could have your name and address for the public record, and Susan, 5 minutes to make a presentation. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Sue Sobe, and I'm in Town Ward in Peterborough. Mayor Leal and members of council, I moved to Peterborough from Waterloo in 1995. As someone who could never rely on my driver's license due to a medical condition, I looked carefully at the options for walking and cycling, and with my love of paddling, the waterways and lakes, before deciding to move here. Once in Peterborough, I had events in my life that I had never experienced before. My first close friend here was struck by a car on her bicycle a week before her wedding. She lost 5 years of her memory. She has no idea who I am. And she was never able to work due to the brain injury she experienced. She was riding on Bethune Street when the collision occurred. Then a friend's 2-year-old died in a vehicle collision. I witnessed car crashes downtown where people blew stop signs. I started paying attention to what was going on, how transportation plans and projects were shaped, and 9 years later, made a lateral move from waste management to transportation. I am inspired by what Peterborough has achieved in the last 20 years, and there is still much more opportunity. The reason I'm here tonight is that at last week's General Committee meeting, a motion was passed asking staff to review the trails and cycling network of the Transportation Master Plan and the Cycling Master Plan, rather than incorporating it into the official plan. An enormous amount of work and public engagement was invested in the development of the network map. The routes included in the map were developed with a robust set of criteria, including the nature of the roadway, location of low-income neighborhoods, schools, shopping areas, and topography. The public engagement process included input from a surprising number of people, even surpassing the Transportation Master Plan. To review the network map is essentially parking the implementation of the cycling aspects of the Transportation Master Plan and would be difficult to review in a way that is respectful of the process that was followed to develop the plan in the first place. These plans followed onerous environmental assessment processes, and reviewing a key element such as a cycling network would reopen those environmental assessments. And you know what that costs. Bike lanes have been in the news a lot in the last 4 months due to Bill 212, which was introduced and passed into law by the province in the fall. This legislation has concerning consequences for critical bike lane infrastructure in Toronto, and misinformation is rampant. The congestion on Toronto streets in 2024, according to Toronto City staff, is largely driven by construction-related lane closures and detours. Roger Brown, Toronto's Director of Traffic Management, was quoted in the Toronto Star as saying, quote, "Toronto has about 5,600 kilometers of roadway. This summer, we had points in time where as much as 18% of the road capacity was taken away by road construction." Just imagine that. The bike lanes that Ford has targeted for removal to combat gridlock total 20 kilometers, or 2% of the peak summertime congestion-related road closures. I'm concerned about how Bill 212 was introduced, that it played on ideology rather than data, and now that it is influencing you, our city council, in how you see cycling infrastructure in our city. The legislation would require that a cycling infrastructure project that removes a vehicle lane be approved by the province, not our local council. That's it. That's all the legislation changes. It does not say that cycling infrastructure should not be provided along arterial roads. Most destinations that people are going to, whether walking, cycling, driving, or taking transit, are on arterial roads. Arterial roads are where the most collisions occur that involve injury and death, and so are the most important to build as complete streets that provide a safe and comfortable environment for all road users. In the last 10 years, cycling facility standards have changed, and some of what you see on Peterborough streets are designs that would not be recommended today. For example, on busy roads, infrastructure that is physically separated from vehicle traffic is the norm. The newly constructed infrastructure on Lansdowne Street between Park and Monaghan Streets is a local example showing this approach to street design. Concerns about safety were mentioned a few times at General Committee last week. Did you know that there are about 1,500 collisions a year in the city of Peterborough? That's 4 a day, affecting about 3,000 people each year. 90% of them are vehicle collisions. When we advocate for a safe systems approach, the best practice for addressing road safety, we are thinking about everyone in our community. Who do you know that has had to change jobs or their family fell apart after a collision?
My vet can no longer perform surgeries. A friend closed her downtown business. My first friend never worked due to her crash at the age of 25. Colleagues have lost major time on the job. The list goes on and on. Implementing the cycling network plan also benefits our economy by attracting tourists and potential business leaders. Walk and bike friendly communities are still a strong factor influencing where people choose to live and invest. Thank you for your time, and I sincerely hope that you reconsider your decision from General Committee and approve the incorporation of the Transportation Master Plan's Trails and Cycling Network map into the official plan.
Thanks very much, Susan. There could be some questions for you. Questions for Susan? Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Tamara Brown, who has a presentation. Tamara, please. If we could have your name and address for the public record.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Tamara Brown. I live on Burnham Street in East City.
Please proceed.
Back in my 20s, I went to UBC in Vancouver and worked there in their community bike shop for a number of years, including spending a few years on their board. Being in that city, I've seen what it can look like to be in a city that really invests in their cycling and their transit infrastructure. I'm speaking today to urge City Council not to approve the amendment proposed to defer Schedule E/B back to staff. As a number of councillors noted last week, the Transportation Master Plan had years dedicated to its design, years of resources, expertise, studies, and public consultation that created the thoughtful trails and cycling network plan laid out in the schedule. Those proposed routes, if implemented, will go a long way in encouraging the residents of Peterborough to choose cycling. Every resident of Peterborough, when they leave their home, whether for work, for school, for appointments, they make a choice, a transportation choice. Will they walk? Will they bike? Will they bus? Will they drive? When I moved to Peterborough a few years ago, I needed to do errands on Lansdowne Street, and I saw that there was dedicated infrastructure on Lansdowne. Very excited. I was surprised to get there and see it was, at that time, just a sidewalk with no extra infrastructure, painting, signage. And so unsurprisingly, pedestrians were surprised to see me there. The cars coming in and out of all the buck stores did not expect to see a bike there. It was really an unsafe place to be riding a bike. So now, when I go to Lansdowne for errands, I typically drive. In those first months after moving to Peterborough, I also had an appointment at the hospital. I chose to bike, seeing that there was bike lanes along Charlotte Street, and was likewise surprised again to see those bike lanes just disappear. The bikes expected to join the roadway. Drivers, of course, annoyed. They're now sharing the roadway with a bike. It's really such a beautiful bike lane that goes just off into nowhere. So now, when I have to go to the hospital, I drive. And so I'd encourage us to ponder the next time you're on Lansdowne, you're on these big arterial roads, who in their cars would have chosen cycling if it were a safe choice. We need infrastructure where people need and want to go. Those infrastructures and those linkages are the ones that have been thoughtfully identified in the Schedule E/B. We know that if it's there, they will come. Every year, the Community Bike Shop in Peterborough provides bike parking at Music Fest and Folk Fest. It is so popular that some nights they run out of space. Residents of Peterborough choose to ride their bikes because they know the infrastructure will be there for them to be able to park their bikes safely. The demand is there. We just need to make cycling, walking, and busing a safe, economical, and convenient choice. Those photos there of Finland are an example of a small city that's really prioritized that kind of planning. You can see what an elementary school parking lot could look like, even in winter. It's absolutely full of bikes. I know that finances are, of course, an important decision and factor. So I wanted to point out that Peterborough currently spends about $10 million a year on road infrastructure, on traffic, and on parking. If we think about the different ways that vehicles use our streets, bikes in comparison with cars have considerably less wear and tear on our roads. They also require a lot less infrastructure, a lot less parking space. And so by encouraging more residents to bike, there's actually the capacity to save the city a significant amount of money. And so I really echo Sue's comments and really urge City Council not to reopen this plan with the proposed deferral. By following through on the proposed linkages, we can encourage Peterborough residents to choose biking by making it a safe option. This can reduce the number of vehicles on the street, thereby reducing wear and tear on our streets and reducing the need for parking infrastructure. I, for one, can't wait to get rid of my car. Thank you for your time.
Some questions for Tamara. Thank you very much. Thank you. Next, on the same topic, Sarah Whitehead, please. Sarah, welcome. We can get your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you. My name is Sarah Whitehead. I live in North Crest Ward. Mayor Leal, members of council, I'm a public health physician with 30 years experience, the last 10 spent working on global road safety initiatives. I also work as an investigating coroner here in Peterborough, and that informs my perspective on road trauma and safety, although I want to emphasize that I'm speaking tonight as a private citizen and not for any organization that I work with. I participated as a citizen in the public engagement parts of the Cycling Master Plan and as a community working group member in the broader Transportation Master Plan. These, as you well know, were multi-year processes involving extensive engagement that were approved by Council as key complementary elements to the official plan. I appreciate the extreme fiscal pressures that this Council faces and the challenging decisions you are dealing with at this time. And this context makes it even more frustrating to see wasteful decisions being considered. And this proposed deferral of Schedule E represents waste of taxpayer dollars, of community members' time, of consultant time, staff time, and effort. And all of this at a time when federal funding for active transportation is just becoming available, and a delay will likely mean that Peterborough misses out. Why does the Schedule E network map matter so much? Cycling infrastructure has been clearly shown in countless studies to improve road safety for all road users, including pedestrians, including vehicle occupants. It's been shown to reduce traffic congestion, contrary to the narrative in this province today. It's been shown to reduce the costs of road infrastructure and to allow households to reduce their transportation costs, households that are desperately fighting, as we've heard tonight, with fiscal issues. Incorporating this network map into the official plan simply closes one loop on the planning and consultation process over the last several years. It identifies needed routes to make cycling a fully viable mode of transport in Peterborough for all kinds of people, not just the fit and the confident. With the network defined, transportation infrastructure planning can be more complete and efficient at earlier stages, so that these elements are put in place in the most cost-effective manner, which is at the same time as roadworks, including resurfacing, are getting done anyway. This is a conversation that I have with city officials all over the world, where fiscal pressures are tight, and they ask me, how can we afford these extra costs for safety? When safety for all road users is included in design from the start, there is little or no extra cost up front, and that is what these plans are for. Various concerns were raised at last week's General Committee meeting. Let's be clear what approving the staff recommendation for Schedule E will not do. It will not define the specific infrastructure at any given location. It does not allocate any funds for any particular project. It does not allow any specific project to go forward without detailed designs, plans, and budget allocations coming to this council. The speakers before me have provided some more detailed responses to some of the concerns that came up at last week's meeting, and I won't repeat those. I just want to revisit a couple of points from my perspective of years working in the road safety area. The fundamental risk to people on roadways, and especially for pedestrians and cyclists who are not protected by
Wiring put in advance at a fairly low cost. So some of you, I know you are, Mr. Leal, Mayor Leal, are old enough to remember an ad for Fram oil filters. Do you remember the one? There was a mechanic rolls out from under a car whose owner did not buy a Fram air filter during routine maintenance, and he's now faced with a large repair bill. He rolls out from under the car and smiles wryly and says to the audience, "You can pay me now." Thank you, Mr. Leal. You can pay me now or pay me later. So in this case, the case of roughing in wiring in a building when you're building it, the cost to the builder and buyer to rough in wiring and power at the time of construction is 5 times less on average than the cost to try to retrofit it later. I'm still searching through my contacts at the Canadian Home Builders Association for actual numbers as to how much it costs in multi-unit residential buildings. But the anecdotal stories that I can get from those people are that it's much more complicated to put in that wiring after the building is built and after it's been occupied. Some builders in Peterborough, by the way, are already providing EV charging infrastructure without the obligation to do it. They're doing it just as a selling feature. The move to electric cars is unstoppable. Our provincial Conservative government is even betting heavily on EV jobs and is emphasizing EV infrastructure. The provision in question is especially important for people in apartment buildings and condominiums, where it's more complicated and more expensive than in a single-family dwelling. They will have an additional barrier to purchasing an EV if they're not able to charge it at home. And in 10 years, people who've already bought an EV will have a difficult time finding an apartment that has charging infrastructure for them. An earlier draft of this report apparently addressed this issue and had such a recommendation, but the cities removed it from the bylaw. The city should reinstate this provision. It will save residents money when they're buying an electric vehicle, which almost everyone will do over the next 25 years. Council should think of the longer-term future. We should get ahead of the game and join the other Ontario municipalities who have already put this provision in place ahead of its inclusion in building standards, because it will show up in building standards in the code soon. By reinstating this provision in the bylaw in question now, Council can save thousands of dollars for apartment dwellers later. Please reinstate the provision for electric vehicle charging readiness infrastructure in the proposed bylaw. Thank you.
Thank you, Guy. Any questions for Guy? Councillor LaChica, please.
Thank you very much, Guy, for coming today. And it's great to see you at the peak meetings and for your engagement on every level, and that you were part of the working group around the Climate Change Action Plan. I just wanted to ask you, within those conversations in that working group, were there discussions about initiatives for 2.0 that would include EV charging stations?
Guy, please.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. The working group didn't get into details about things, but there was a lot of discussion in the Climate Change Action Plan 2.0 about transportation. It contributes 30% of the emissions, of the greenhouse gas emissions from this community, approximately. And the municipalities in general have very little that they can actually do to influence that. You know, look, mostly it's you can build an EV. We're not going to influence that, but we can make it easier for our residents to own an electric vehicle and to be able to charge it at home. And if I couldn't charge mine at home, I probably wouldn't have one. For me, it was pretty easy. I just had to run a wire, I don't know, 30 feet out from the main box out to a little thing and put it in. It cost me $1,500. But for Rob Lockhart, who's somewhere out in La La Land, it cost him an awful lot more than that.
We're going to try to find him.
I'm sure you'll find him. And I'm sorry I didn't bring any details because I was leaving it for him to bring the details, and I was just going to follow in with my little Fram oil filter thing. But in any case, it is expensive, and it's going to be expensive for people, especially in multi-unit residential buildings. That's where it's really complicated.
Supplemental, Your Worship, but can you just remind us how much less to do it ahead of time than afterwards?
I wish I had a dollar figure through you, Mr. Mayor. I wish I had a dollar figure on that. I don't.
But in the ratio,
it's 5 times as much.
Thank you very much.
And I've got my spies out into the Canadian Home Builders Association trying to find out actual numbers. The people I've talked to were able to confirm that 5 times as much. But it's way more than the $1,500 that I paid to have a charging station put into my own home where I just had to run wires out from here to there and buy the machine.
And just finally, thank you for emphasizing that regardless of the government, that EV is on a horizon, and we need to be preparing for that, and whatever government is committed to that happening. So thank you.
Right, thank you. And I also wanted to, I meant to mention it, thanks to Corey back there, who brought up for his purposes the fact that the climate change emergency that this council passed in 2019 called for a climate lens, and we still haven't seen one. It's 5 years later, and we still haven't seen that climate lens. I hope it's part of the climate change.
We got an all-electric Zamboni at our new Miskin Community Center.
I know, it's wonderful. You have an all-electric ride-on lawnmower.
We do. Councillor Real, please. Sorry, or Councillor Baldwin, sorry.
Thanks, your worship. Guy, couple of questions. You know, what you brought to the council, what was discussed last week makes perfect sense. My concern with the recommendation is council doesn't have the clout to mandate builders to put rewiring into for electric vehicles. The question would be, does Selwyn Township have such a bylaw in their okay?
But there are, my information is that there are 10 municipalities in Ontario who have put such a provision in their parking bylaws.
I think I'll leave it at that, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Baldwin. Any further questions for Guy? Merci, Guy. Thank you very much.
Merci.
Deputy Clerk, Natalie, have you had any luck trying to track down Mr. Locker? Okay. The next presenters, Deborah Andrews on the request for reinstatement draft plans of subdivision 15T-10-504 and 15T-5503, 4571 Guthrie Drive, 2006 and 2011 McNamara Road, report number IPG PL 25-005. Deborah Andrews, please. Welcome. If we could have your name and address for the public record, and you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Hi, Debbie Andrews, Guthrie Drive. Mayor, Councillors Baldwin and Rail, you're my councillors and all other councillors here. I have not read the entirety of the report. It's large. I did pick out a few things that I felt important to me and where I live. We purchased our house for the area and to be where we wanted to be. And nobody wants a subdivision. I know that in their backyard. I'm not actually here to stop anyone from doing what they want to do. I just don't want it to ever cost me a cent. I don't want to lose my well water. I don't want to have, as construction is happening, garbage blowing into my yard. If something were to build behind me, I would request that a fence be built around my property to stop a lot of the garbage that blows around it. Everybody knows, you've seen a construction site. They are not cleaned up. Plastic blows around, things blow around. I have a lot of traffic concerns in that area. I would say no less than 3 times a week, I'm nearly run off Guthrie Drive by traffic coming off Bensford. We've had to veer off. Getting from Guthrie Drive onto Bensford in the morning is a nightmare. You have Wallace, you have Bensford, you have Neil. You can sit there a very long time in the morning to get to work to wait for all of that traffic. Adding to an entire subdivision of I think it said 40 people per hectare is a lot on 50 hectares. And again, I guess to quote Corey, there seems to be some issues with public transit. My concern is that as well, which would be a lot of car vehicle traffic in that area. I'm concerned that I'm going to lose, I'm on a well and septic. I'm concerned that I could lose my well. Again, I don't want this to cost me a cent. I'm not being a Debbie Downer. I'm not worried about the fact that they're not going to build. I just don't want it to cost me 1 single cent. I'm hoping that they're doing some soil and groundwater testing. And I'm concerned also that sewage does not run uphill and it has to get to the filtration plant across the road. And there's no water out there. Where are they going to get their water? Where's the water coming from? I just, again, I learned too that one of the buildings would be maybe a retirement home. I'm concerned on the height. I don't know what a medium density building, how high that would be, and whether, you know, I have the most beautiful sunshine that crosses my backyard.
Is it going to disappear? So just, and last year someone from Aon came to our house and said that the city had asked them about doing industrial instead of residential. And I just wondered what maybe happened to that. That's pretty much all I have to say. Just, I'm concerned for my neighborhood and for my own well-being and my well and septic.
Thanks very much, Ms. Andrews. There may be some questions for you. Questions? Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
The next individual, Brad Smith, please. Mr. Smith. Welcome, Mr. Smith. If we could just have your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes, sir, to make a presentation.
Mayor Leal, members of council, I'm Brad Smith. I'm here on behalf of Aon at 307 Elmer Street, Peterborough. I'd like to thank Director Appleby, Commissioner Elson, and their staff for the time dealing with our request to reinstate our draft plan conditions for Guthrie Drive and McNamara Road. Since about 1988, Aon has been assembling land in the Coal Springs area for residential development and working with staff and provincial governments to create these draft plan conditions. As these lands were annexed into the city in 1997, Aon's been working with staff to have a secondary plan completed for this area. As government requirements changed and COVID occurred, these draft plan conditions lapsed in error. Aon is in support of these recommendations to reinstate the draft plan conditions, and we would like to thank council for considering the reinstatement. In the general committee, Councillor Rial asked the question, is the last 15 years what's going on, and if these are brought in for the next 10 years, what is the assurance? Aon's always been very committed to bring these lands forward, because normally what would happen is the city would extend all the services to the site, but they didn't have the funds, so Aon agreed to upfront the water connection, sewer connection, the pumping station, stormwater management pond, to allow everything to cross the highway. So we were upfronting all those costs. And what has now come forward is we offered to the city that we could fund the secondary plan to come forward, because we don't have all these funds to bring them forward. I have to go to my bank. My bank requests that if we do these phases, that they have the assurance that there's continuation going on, and that's why they want a secondary plan. So that's where I want to work with the city staff to see if we can come up with some terms, conditions, and an arrangement so we can fund the secondary plan for the city so Cold Springs can proceed. Dealing with some of the traffic issues in the draft plan conditions, they talk about cul-de-sacing actually Guthrie Drive, which actually will become the off-ramp to the highway, cul-de-sacing that, and then the new road through our development comes out onto Wallace Point, and then there's a connection to Bensford Road, because Wallace Point could be cul-de-sac at that time, because the city in their master plan wants Bensford Road to be the through street, because that's where the dump is. Dealing with water sewer, we would extend the services. The city, my knowledge, has never really forced people to connect unless there's a water issue to a house, but the offer is always there. Same with sewer. Fencing, I think the city knows that we always have to put a silt fence around, or even with site plan, you end up putting up a solid board fence, whatever the city standard is on adjacent property owners. So there's a lot of history and background on this file, and I just thought I'd be here to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Brad. Questions for Brad? Councillor Rial, please.
To the chair, to Mr. Smith. Brad, thank you very much for being here, and you answered one of my questions. The other question I had, and of course you couldn't present that night, was what happens if we deny you the reinstituting your secondary plan? What is your options as a business?
Brad?
Basically, I'd have to go start all over and wait for the city to complete the secondary plan for this area, which has been identified as a priority to the city, which funding didn't make it in the 2025 budget, wasn't even requested, but the city did confirm with the minister's order that it is a priority of the city, this secondary plan. So that needs to take place. And then we need to start all over with the draft conditions, which dealing with the Ministry of the Environment, or MPO Transportation, sorry, they took 5 years the last time to come up with conditions that they were satisfied to. And that's why some of these developments take so long, is outside the city's hands. We're dealing with Ministry of Transportation. So to start all over this process, we could be another 10 years before one house gets built out there and there's a need for housing.
Very much for being here tonight.
Any further questions for Mr. Smith? Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you.
The next, we have a series of presenters on the notice of motion. Alex Whiting, please. Alex? Welcome. If you could just provide your name and address for the public record, you have 5 minutes to make a presentation.
Thank you.
Welcome.
I have a vocal cord injury, so I'm just testing if people can hear me okay. Great, thanks. My name is Alex Wilding, and I live on McDonald Street in Town Ward.
Welcome.
Thank you. I wanted to just indicate mass homelessness that we're trying to deal with now is not a normal human condition. It occurs only when there's an environmental catastrophe, a major economic upheaval, or hostile political forces involved. Peterborough has experienced mass homelessness 3 times in its history. The second was during the Great Depression that we all know about. That was not resolved by bulldozing encampments down or blaming the people who were unhoused. That was resolved by changing the economic situation at large and by federal government investing funds, recognizing that it was in the interest of the country that every person, regardless of income, would have a safe home in which to live so that they could be productive and contribute to society, and that they would have health care. We know, and it has been discussed ad nauseum about the downloads that happened, provoking the 3rd case of mass homelessness. We know that the Mulroney government downloaded onto the provinces, and we know that they ceased funding any kind of home co-ops or nonprofit housing, and there's virtually been no investment for housing suitable for people of low income since that time. We also know that the Harris government offloaded onto the municipalities, which is the lowest tier and the least well-funded. And here we are. If you feel that that's an unreasonable way to fund human conditions, I agree with you. If you voted conservative federally or provincially, that's what you voted for. And as I say, here we are. The constitutional responsibility for meeting the needs of people in vulnerable positions resides wholly with us. And as we tell our teenage children, even though that may be unfair, you still have to do it. I don't want to hear about it. So I'm not sure that we've been doing this very well in the most fiscally or productively responsible manner that we could. The Housing and Homelessness Plan requires that we focus on achieving positive outcomes for individuals and families, that we enter into partnership with governments and others in the community to come up with the resources that we need, and that we treat individuals and families with dignity and respect while we do this, all for the outcome of making sure that they are housed and that they have shelter for the meantime when there's intermittent housing available. And as I say, we seem to have lost track on that. For years, Peterborough has maintained a 1% vacancy rate, one of the lowest in the province. That's not the fault of people who are unhoused. A 2019 CMHC report indicated 53.6% of renting households are in need of core housing. This was the highest rate in Canada. That is not the fault of our homeless people. But we have nonetheless been pointing fingers at them. A high per capita rate of shelter indicates a municipality, sorry, that is grossly underfunded its housing resources. Peterborough has the 2nd highest per capita rate of shelter beds in the province, next to Toronto, which has the added burden of absorbing all the immigrant and refugee populations. And still, we have only provided shelter beds for 50% of the people who need them. Per capita, compared with municipalities of the same size, Peterborough funds its social services at a rate of only 57% of the other municipalities. You would require an investment of 75% more merely to catch up with what other municipalities are spending per capita. Contrary to the requirement of the council partner with community members to eradicate homelessness and provide shelters, council has twice turned down free property and free tiny homes from an organization that is pre-funded and ready to run them and would use Elizabeth Fry. The grounds offered for doing that were such explanations as they might jaywalk, or we think there might be too much noise for them. I think if you asked any of the people freezing out in the cold whether they would like to come in, and whether
Alex, your time is up, but if you want to finish
sorry.
up, I'll give you the latitude to finish up your sentence.
Oh, thank you. Okay. I was just going to say that 120,000 is not very much when we compare it with the 600,000 we're investing in retrieving shopping carts for Walmart, or the hundreds of thousands that we're investing in bulldozing encampments down when the courts have ruled for 2 years that's an illegal activity. And I would just say that the third time that we experienced mass homelessness was when the 9 ships arrived, because every person on that ship was a homeless person that the government provided housing and food and clothing to in order that they could build Peterborough.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you.
Alex, there may be questions. Questions?
Yes,
Questions?
Your Worship.
Councillor
Dave.
Hagee, please.
Thank you
Councillor
very
Hagee.
much. And through you to the presenter, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm interested in a statistic you threw out that Peterborough is paying $600,000 to return shopping carts from Walmart. I'd be interested in knowing about that a bit more. Can you tell me where that information came from?
Alex, please.
We recently approved a squad, a safe community squad, whose focus, as announced by the chief of police, was on returning shopping carts, locating them. They are a symbol of homeless people. And it is attacking the visibility of homeless people as opposed to providing a solution. That $600,000 would go a long way to providing shelter.
Okay, and through your worship, I want to make sure I understand it then. You're saying that the chief of police said that they are spending $600,000 a year collecting shopping carts for Walmart. Is that correct?
Not exclusively Walmart. I'm being a little bit flippant, but there are several times that the gentleman has been quoted in the paper as emphasizing the key part of retrieving shopping carts, sending armed trained officers out to retrieve shopping carts and take them back to stores.
Thank you very much, Alex. Anything further, Councillor Hagee?
No, thank you very much, your worship, and thank you.
Any further questions for Alex? Thank you very much for being with us this evening.
Thank you.
Danielle Turpin, please. Danielle, welcome. If we could have your name and address for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a presentation. Please proceed.
Danielle Turpin, 1288 Bridle Drive. Good evening, members of City Council, Mayor Leo. I'm Danielle Turpin. I'm here today as a concerned citizen, a PSW, a business owner, an employer, a taxpayer, but someone who cares deeply about the well-being of our most vulnerable neighbors. I also have the opportunity to be able to volunteer at Trinity with some of these people, where I provide free haircuts. During those sessions, I've had the privilege of hearing firsthand from individuals experiencing homelessness. These are not just statistics, they're real people with real stories. These are our family members, mine, my family member. There are neighbors, friends, and our fellow community members, and they're all facing hardships many of us cannot even imagine. The AMO report recently has highlighted that the scale of homelessness across our province and the urgent need for municipalities like ours to provide more resources and shelter spaces. Peterborough is not immune to this crisis, and the situation here is becoming increasingly dire. It's been stated that Peterborough has been in a state of emergency since 2022 due to homelessness. Yet we continue to face a significant shortage of shelter space. My question to council is, when a state of emergency has been declared, Should it not be our top priority? Since 2022, outside of the Wolf Street project, which I commend you all on, we've seen various projects like hockey rinks, canoe museums, road work, pickleball courts. All these are important initiatives to people, but when people's lives are at risk, shouldn't our focus be on addressing their immediate needs for safety and stability? If the house is on fire, we put out the fire, then we rebuild it. It seems like we're focusing on rebuilding when our city is still on fire. It's time to shift from seeing this as just a policy issue to recognizing it as a matter of human dignity. Earlier this year, a councillor expressed concerns about the cost of housing and homelessness, suggesting that his constituents had already contributed enough. But how can we consider our efforts sufficient when vulnerable individuals, including seniors, are still living in the streets, cold, without the basic necessities that we all take for granted? How can we say we've done enough when shelter spaces in our city are operating at capacity and we're turning people away? As someone who works closely with seniors, I witnessed the devastating effects of inadequate housing and shelter spaces on our most vulnerable citizens. Just the other day, while volunteering at Trinity, I met an 80-year-old woman with mobility issues who relies on a walker. After being discharged from the hospital, she was sent to the lowest barrier shelter in this city, where she struggles to navigate the space. I saw her lying on the hard floor trying to pull herself up to her walker. This should not be the reality for a senior in need of care and support, especially after being discharged from the hospital. We can't allow our most vulnerable residents to be placed in unsafe, uncomfortable conditions. How can we in good conscience allow this to even happen? How can we be okay with an 80-year-old disabled woman being repeatedly discharged from the hospital to this shelter? It's probably been about 3 or 4 times now that this has happened. When are we going to make meaningful action to ensure that every single individual in the city has access to safe, dignified housing? A wise person once said that the true measure of a society's character is how it treats its least fortunate among us. And I think today we all need to really ask ourselves if we're passing that test. Are we truly living up to the values of this community? I know it's easy to fall into the trap of labeling those experiencing homelessness as lazy or attributing their situation to poor choices, and I'm sure that helps us all sleep at night. But the narrative is not only misleading, it's harmful. The reality is far more complex. These individuals face circumstances beyond their control, and they need our help and our action, not just our sympathy. I ask Council this time to move beyond the red tape and the bureaucracy and take real decisive action. The people of Peterborough are asking for change. They're asking for more shelter spaces and resources for those in need. We're asking that we get people off the streets and into safe shelters so our city can move towards a sense of normalcy again, so we can move towards a better and safer downtown that we can all enjoy, knowing that folks are sheltered and supported. So I urge you to vote in favor of the motion to open an emergency shelter space in our city. These are the lives we are talking about. These are real people who need our compassion and support, and most importantly, they need our action. We have the power to make the difference. Council has the power to make the difference. And I just hope you'll do what's right before it's too late. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Danielle. There could be some questions.
Thank you.
Questions for Danielle. Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair, Danielle, I don't have a question. I just personally want to thank you on behalf of myself and Councillor Burke, the chair and co-chair of Housing and Homeless, for volunteering at Trinity and the work that you do. I want to personally thank you as a city councillor. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, there may be some questions. I just want to check one last time. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Elizabeth Dell, please. Elizabeth. Elizabeth Dell. Natalie, I understand we're going to go back to Robert Lockhart. I understand we have a new number for him, so we'll try to reach him. Is there any individuals in the other room?
Unknown participant is now joining.
Hello, this is Rob Lockhart.
Mr. Lockhart, it's Jeff Leal. If we could have your name for the public record, and you'll have 5 minutes to make a
Sure.
presentation. Please proceed.
Okay. Are you ready to come up right now? Okay. All right. Just a moment, please. Okay. This is Robert Lockhart calling, and fortunately, I'm not able to be there this evening, but I'm calling from a distance. So I live on Connaught Drive in Selwyn Township. I'm a board member with For Our Grandchildren, which is a local group concerned about climate change. And I'm co-lead of the Kawartha chapter of the Electric Vehicle Society of Canada. Now, on their behalf, I want to make the case tonight for using the amendment to the city's comprehensive zoning bylaw by Section 4, which is called Parking, Loading, and Driveways, to require that wiring be roughed into designated parking space to support Level 2 electric vehicle charging in all new and renovated residential buildings. The National Ontario Building Codes are silent on this requirement. Prior to 2019, the Ontario Building Code required all new residential buildings be made EV charging ready. The current provincial government removed that requirement. That's why progressive municipalities are finding other ways to get this done. At least 10 Ontario municipalities and over 50 across Canada are leading the way with bylaws and green development standards that require various levels of EV charging readiness. In Ontario, Toronto, Waterloo, Hamilton, and Guelph have the most robust policies. As Guy said earlier, on average, it's 5 times less expensive and much easier to plan for and install the power and wiring at the time of construction than try to retrofit it later. So why is home-based charging so important? Well, there are 6 reasons. Not being able to charge an EV at home is a major deterrent to EV adoption. This is particularly the case for 1/3 of Canadians who live in multi-unit residential buildings, where retrofitting to install EV charging later is challenging and expensive. When you charge at home, you leave every day with as full a battery as you need, which reduces range anxiety. That's another major deterrent to EV adoption. When you charge at home, you don't have to rely on more expensive and often far from home DC fast chargers. It'll take years for that network to be sufficiently built out to keep pace with demand. Level 2 charges are easier on EV batteries and fast chargers. Keeping your EV plugged in at home keeps the battery and vehicle warm, helping to extend winter driving range. That's another deterrent to EV adoption. And finally, when EVs charge at night, they lower the impact on the electrical grid. So that's why if you can't charge at home, you're much less likely to get an electric vehicle. Now, contrary to what we heard from the local development industry when the background study for this bylaw amendment was being prepared, the technical requirements for Level 2 EV charging are very well established and work well for current and future EVs. The wiring and power requirements are pretty similar to what you'd need for a kitchen range or a clothes dryer. Section 86 of the Electrical Safety Code clearly defines the requirements for Level 2 EV charging. So after studying the best policies and understanding local concern, here's our middle-of-the-road maiden Peterborough proposal. We propose a cost-sharing partnership between the builder and the EV owner, where the builder roughs in the power and wiring to each dedicated parking space, and the EV owner provides the wall connector of their choice when they get their EV. The wall connector links the power source in the parking space to the EV to enable charging. It's also important that receptacle be linked to the homeowner's electrical meter so you don't get 2 bills every month. So by removing the need to supply the wall connector, this proposal solves the other concern that developers have about rapidly changing technology for this component, and it significantly reduces their share of the installation cost. So Peterborough has a golden opportunity right now to use this zoning bylaw amendment to encourage and support an accelerated transition to electric transportation and to cost-effectively future-proof residential buildings. A good deal of the new housing in Peterborough will be multi-unit, the most challenging and expensive to retrofit later. Approximately 25 to 30% of greenhouse gas emissions come from transportation, and this will help the city reach its emission reduction targets. That's why it's so important to use this opportunity to ensure that home-based charging is possible in all our new residential buildings. So we ask that you include in this bylaw amendment the requirement for electric vehicle charging readiness in all new and major renovated residential buildings as informed by our cost-sharing partnership. Later will be too late to protect the planet and the things we love for future generations. Thanks for listening. Any questions?
Through the chair to Robert, we couldn't get the answer out of Guy that was here, presenting Guy Hatcher. what is the cost do you think for a developer to put the charging station in when they're building a home?
Okay, when they're building a home, again, it depends on whether you have a meter box or a electrical box in your garage, or whether how far you got to run the wiring. But it is much cheaper to do it beforehand, probably around $500 to run the wiring and put it into a receptacle. Most people are paying, $1,000 to $1,500 after the fact, because it's much more difficult to, run the wiring up and around and put conduit in and do all kinds of things to make it safe, when you could have just run it in the wall in the first place. And while you're already wiring, you're just running some more wire. So it's definitely cheaper, and it's definitely cheaper when you're building apartment buildings as well, because you're wiring the parking spaces while you're wiring the rest of the garage. So that's why it's cheaper.
Through the chair to Robert, so I hear you that it's be $500 for a builder or developer to put in when he's building a home. And if you want to retrofit and you had your home, it would be $1,500 to put one to wire it into an existing system. Is that right?
Right. Those are sort of average numbers. It varies completely from house to house. I mean, my number was $1,200. Other people's it would be $15,000. I've heard $2,000. My son, it cost him $8,000 to put one into his parking space in his condo in Toronto. So that was after the fact. Of course, he had to do it all, have it all done after the fact, and it should have cost maybe $2,000, and it cost him $8,000. So those are the numbers we're talking about. And if we had an expert on board who does this kind of work, like Switch Energy, for example, they could probably tell us. But those are details that are hard to get.
Through the chair, is a 2023 Hyundai plug-in hybrid. I'm on my 14th tank of gas, so you can do the math. In almost 2 years, I've had to use 14 tanks of gas, so it is a cost saver.
Yes, and if I could add to that, when I charge at home, it costs me 1.4 cents per kilometer to drive my car. So that's the tremendous savings from a cost point of view.
Maybe some questions? Any more questions? Thank you very much for making your presentation. I will call for Elizabeth Dell one last time. Elizabeth Dell. Doesn't appear that Elizabeth is with us. Mr. Clerk, before we proceed, the notice of motion, which we will debate, would that better be placed on 12B, the broader budget discussion, as opposed, because we'll approve the budget under 12B, and then we have that addition on the end. So wouldn't that be better incorporated in our discussion under 12B?
Thanks, Your Worship. The notice of motion does appear to be the subject of a budget item. If that is your ruling as chair of the meeting to do such, then you have the procedure, you can do such. And if council wishes to contest that, there is a process to vote on that.
Because it'd just be a simple majority vote either way, but it is part of the broader budget. The issue is if we approve 12B and then we go to the notice of motions, like approving the budget, then adding something else in 2025, instead of just incorporating as a discussion as an addition to the broader budget under 12B. That's all.
Just a point of information on that. My concern would just be that we have enough time to talk about the individual items within the budget. It seems to me like last time we only had a few speaking turns to talk about all those decisions. And the notice of motion is actually not looking for anything. It's from the money's coming from reserves.
That's fine. I'm either way. I just was asking for some guidance. Okay, we'll start to proceed. Sorry, Councillor Hakey, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I just received an email from Rodney. He's been trying to get through. I've asked him to send me a number that the clerk can connect them at. So when I get that, maybe we can give him the time to comment.
By all means.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, Natalie? Councillor Hakey, we're having some problem with our efforts from this end to connect with them.
Okay, so here's the number that he's given us, given me right now is 705.
We're on it, Councillor Hickey.
Pardon me?
Go ahead.
705, 701, 2855 or 768 9352. Sorry, 705 768 9352. You could try those.
Natalie, maybe you try 705. Was it 668 9257?
768 935 9352. We're close.
Natalie, we trying that one?
Okay. He's given me two. That's all we can do, Your Worship. Thank you for trying.
Councillor Hickey, when we try the alternate number, it comes up no response.
Okay, all I can tell you is that's what he just sent me.
Okay, well, I think we've
Tried. Yep.
We've tried to do the best we can to reach him, and it appears it's unsuccessful at this point.
Thank you, Your Worship, for trying.
You're welcome, Councillor Hickey. We're now going to consent items, reports to be approved under one motion. 10A. There's a lot of numbers here tonight, folks, so 10A. 11A. 11A. Anything for Councillor Hickey or Councillor Duguay? They're good. Okay. 11B. 11B. 11C. 11C. 11D. 11E. 11F. 11G. 11H. We'll now go to the 12s. 12A. 12B has already been asked to be separated out. 12C. 12C. 12D. 12D. 12E. 12F. 12G. Okay. 12H. 12I. 12J. 12K. 12L. 12M. 12M. 12N. 12O.
I have declared on that, Your Worship.
Correct, so it's separated out. 12P. 12Q. 12R. 12S. 12T, okay. 12U, 12V, 12W, 12X is asked to be separated out. 12Y, 12Z, 12AA, 12AB, 12AC, 12AD, 12AE, 12AF, 12AG, okay. 12AH, 12AI, 12AJ, okay. 13A, 13B, 13C, 13D, 13E, sorry, Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, your worship. I believe 13D, which is 367 Roger Street, Councillor Duguay declared an interest.
So we'll separate that one out. Okay, just let me make a note here. Okay, 13E, okay. 13F, okay. 13G, 13H, 13I, 13I, 13J. Okay, could I ask someone to move and second 10A? On the
I'd be
consent?
pleased to, your worship.
Thank you. We could do A, so it'd be 10A, 11A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, 12A, C, E, F, H, I, J, K, L, N, P, Q, R, S, V, W, Y, Z, 12 AA, 12AB, AC, AD, AE, AF, AH, AI, 13A, B, G, H, I, and J. My goodness. That was moved by Councillor Hickey. And Councillor Duguay would second it? Yep. Councillor Duguay, Councillor Hickey. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote. I just learned my alphabet again.
I'm an affirmative, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, I am also voting in the affirmative.
Thank you.
And that is carried. So the first one up for discussion is 12B, the budget. Councillor Real.
Through the chair, so I have a motion.
Do you have a seconder, Councillor Real? We'll get to a seconder. Councillor Burke. Okay, proceed, sir.
To hire 2 additional transit drivers, one now and the other mid-year. The cost for the 2 new transit drivers would be roughly 130,000. The monies for these two new hires would come out of the uncommitted provincial gas tax. It sits at a balance of $755,396. The need for these two drivers are to the needs of the growing transit system. The provincial sales tax is calculated at 70% ridership and 30% municipal population. Every time that somebody gets on a bus, they're counted. That means there's dollars in our pockets on the provincial sales tax. When we don't have the ridership, we don't get the money from the provincial sales tax. So you see less of the provincial sales tax that we could use to run our transit system. So therefore, the need for these drivers. If item 12M is passed, and that's the free transit program for youth and high school students who will be taking the bus service, who's going to drive them? You need a transit driver. The word transit is referred to in our official plan, our transportation master plan, our climate emergency plan, and now the parking, loading, and driveway. If you do not invest in transit, all of these plans are just empty words on pages. You need to get in place 15 to 20-minute service to entice people to get out of their cars and take transit. The rationale for the 4 full-time drivers, I know I'm asking for 2. It's my understanding that there is a frequency sporadic absences that are the most problematic for transit. Each of these require backfilling, and without additional drivers, we are paying overtime, not unnecessarily, as well as paying drivers to stay home sick. Adding drivers is one of the most cost-effective means of improving our transit system. Each additional driver adds to the roster, resulting in fewer cancellations and necessary overtime. As per the collective agreement, we are amended to hire 30 extra board EBs in addition to the 100 full-time drivers FTEs. All drivers start out at EBs. EBs do not have set runs. Rather, they fill the gap where necessary for breaks, lunch, sick, vacation, etc., and are paid 80% of the full-time equivalent rate. We currently have all but 2 EBs back, extending absentee leaves, only 2 remaining to cover the sporadic absentees at the reduced hours of rate. The budget asks for 4 drivers will allow the city to move 4 existing EBs to full-time and allow us to hire 4 new EBs. EBs are only guaranteed 25 hours a week, but we regularly work 40 hours a week, so the work is there, but the risk is not. Each additional EB pays for itself as well as receiving full-time equivalent wages and would otherwise go to overtime, given our most EBs are already paid a full-time equivalent rate and have assigned runs, have co-pay, health benefits, OMERS. The cost of each additional driver is essentially the only cost of their group insurance health at minus 10%, which is significantly less than the overtime that is currently being paid. Lastly, it might be worth noting that the budget asks for 4 drivers, but even one improvement service saves the city money. Perhaps a compromise, a 1 now and one midweek, just tries to be creative. There are only 2 drivers off on WSIB. 2 other drivers are off on paid leave because they're at WSIB were denied. The city objected to those claims and were successful. There are 6 drivers off on short-term disability leave, which is being monitored by a third-party sick leave adjudicator to ensure they are medically supported. There are 7 drivers on approved LTD. 2 of them are expected to return to work in the next 8 weeks. There are also 5 drivers off on unpaid leave of absence for a variety of reasons. These include maternity leave and other job-protected leaves. In terms of supporting the motion for the 2 drivers, perhaps member of council would benefit from explaining before underscoring why there is the need for these drivers. So that puts the 27 drivers that supposedly are off in WSIB to rest right now. If you're going to have a transit system, you have to invest. What I'm asking is for 2 drivers to help us with the transit situation. Because if we don't be on time, and if we don't get to 15 to 20-minute service, we are spinning our wheels. So tonight I'm asking for one driver hired now, one mid-term which would be a cost of $130,000 at no cost to taxpayers, and taking out of the committed reserves to pay for these drivers. That's what I'm asking for tonight.
Councillor L, just to clarify, you're moving an amendment to 12B. 12B is the main budget motion. So if this amendment, if carried, would become PP, right? Is that okay? And Councillor Burke second that. And we're building a speakers list here. And Councillor Vasiliadis, you're next. Then Councillor Beamer, then Councillor Lucica, then Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Vasiliadis.
I'm just going to call the question. Thank you.
And call a question till everybody's that's raised their hand.
That's
has
not true.
spoken.
You have to, that's our
cannot-
procedural bylaw, but we can
Robert's
ask
Rule of
our,
Order, you cannot call
we
a
have our own
question
procedural
till
bylaw.
everybody
so
that put
yes,
their
you
hand
can.
up gets a
No, you
chance to
can.
speak.
But
Mr. Clark?
Robert's Rule of
we'll
Order.
look to the
Mr.
clerk.
Clerk, please. Could you assist us here?
Thanks, Mr. Chair, Your Worship. I'm not aware that within our procedure bylaw, there is a provision where all speakers have to speak first.
Of information, the standard procedure when it's not clarified in our procedural bylaws is to defer to Robert's rules. And so for that reason, my point of information is that Robert's rules states that if there's people that haven't spoken that are on the list, that they get a turn to speak. And I'd like to emphasize that this is the end of a very long budget process where we're talking about an issue where people have shown up in their free time to come and speak to us and have sat through the deliberations to hear this debate. So I think it's out of order to call the question at this point when there's speakers on the list.
Councillor Vasiliadis, please.
You're purely opinion. I mean, and we know what our procedural bylaw is. Let's just vote.
We'll move it that you're moving that we call the question. We'll have a vote on that. We'll go to a vote. And a seconder for calling the question.
Your worship, I would second that.
We'll go to a vote.
Mr. Clerk, I'm a yes.
Mr. Clerk, I can advise I'm also a yes.
And that's carried 8-3. So we'll move to the question that you would move, Councillor L, that we hire 2 more transit drivers. Is that correct? And that was seconded by Councillor Burke. We'll go and we'll have the vote on this.
Mr. Clerk, I am negative.
Mr. Clerk, I will also be voting in the negative.
You want to just update us, Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, Your Worship. Just for clarification purposes, the treasurer just advised that the cost should read for the motion approximately 130,000, as it may be slightly above that. We'll just.
And that motion is lost. Any other comments on 12B? Councillor Beamer, please. You're next. And then Councillor Lucica, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Beamer.
Thank you, Mayor.
On the main budget.
I just want to make some comments on the budgets. That's right. I don't have a
Please
motion.
proceed.
Just speaking to the budget, which is probably best under 12B. Mayor Lee, I just first want to thank Mr. Freeman and his team and staff for all their hard work. I want to thank my colleagues, Councillor Riel, Baldwin, Duguay, Parnell, Lucica, Burke, Crowley, Vasiliadis, Hakey, and yourself, Mayor, for your preparation and ideas during the budget process. Mayor Lee, as everyone knows, last year, Council unanimously supported a 7% tax increase. During last year's final finance meeting, I spoke to the 7% tax increase. I was the only councillor to speak to it, which is fine. I was essentially speaking for all of council. During that talk last year, I mentioned how over the past decade, 2014 to 2023, councils of the day had been able to keep tax increases relatively low. Between 2014 and 2023, the average tax increase in Peterborough was 2.8%. That was a decade of tax increases at or below inflation. On one hand, councils of the past did a great job keeping taxes low, fighting for the property taxpayer, and being mindful of their ability to pay. On the other hand, keeping taxes at or below inflation for a decade meant that we weren't able to invest in the community and we weren't able to deal with many of the challenges that we were facing. The justification for the 2024 7% tax increase that it was going to be a one-time course correction increase. We needed a one-time larger tax increase to make some key strategic investments in the community to ensure we were moving forward. There were 3 areas in particular that we heavily invested in 2024 because of that 7% tax increase. Number 1, policing and enforcement. The police budget was a large increase. They implemented the community first and safer public program spaces. There was more enforcement and bylaw enforcement to deal with tenting and other bylaw infractions. The second mayor was roads, significant investment in roads in 2024. Brayley, Lansdowne, Armour, Park Hill, and our downtown roads. And I know the community saw that and it appreciated the millions of dollars we invested in 2024 in roads, in traffic calming. We made huge investments in those areas of the community because of that 7% tax increase. Mary Leal, a year ago, however, when I spoke, I made it very clear from my perspective, when supporting the 7% increase, this had to be a one-time course correction budget. I made that very clear. When many residents contacted me about their concern about a 7% tax increase, I assured them, from my perspective, it'd be a one-time course correction budget. 6 to 7% tax increases could not become the norm. Many residents can't afford multiple years of 6 and 7% tax increases. However, I also made it clear, Mayor Leal, the days of 2 and 3% tax increases are gone for now. We needed to look at a 4 to 5% tax increase. That was a fair balance between investing in the community and respecting the taxpayer's ability to pay. Mayor Leal, right now, the number 1 issue in every poll is cost of living. Many residents are struggling with the cost of living crisis, and we do have a responsibility and obligation to keep in mind the taxpayer's ability to pay. Many property taxpayers are struggling themselves right now with food, electricity, fuel, rent, mortgage payments. Many seniors, pensioners, and working folk aren't getting a 7% increase or pension increase this year. We need to be mindful of the residents' ability to pay and their financial struggles. That's why, Mayor Leal, I'm unable to support another 6 to 7% tax increase this year. Mayor Leal, just to finish, I do have a question for our CAO. CAO Reyna, one of the common questions I hear in the community, even up to last night, was why can't the city do a better job finding efficiencies or more effective ways to run the corporation? Many families are finding efficiencies. Many small businesses are finding efficiencies. And I think many look at this current budget and wonder why we're not doing the same. Can you just perhaps talk about the guideline going forward for the city to find significant efficiencies and more effective ways to run the corporation?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I knew that this question will come, so generally I look at people and talk, but This is such a serious plan as far I'm concerned. So I have written it down. So I will read it to you so that everything is captured here. To address your question about the service delivery efficiencies, the plan is I will be bringing forward a budget request for 2026 budget to seek the services of an independent subject matter expert third party to undertake a detailed grassroots level service delivery needs evaluation, as well as service delivery efficiency and effectiveness review. Each department, each division, each section will be scrutinized and evaluated with a laser sharp focus on efficiencies, lean delivery, as well as return on investment. If budget request is approved, then I expect that after the selection of successful vendor, it will take approximately 6 to 8 months in year 2026 to complete a detailed review. Then staff will bring forward a review recommendations report to the council in the month of January or February of 2027 for council decision and direction. This plan will help the next term council to develop and implement their council term of priorities based on the redefined resources and the needs of the community to move our city forward. So that's the plan.
Thank you, CEO Reyna and Mayor Leo. I think that's very important moving forward. So thank you for listening, Mayor Leo.
No, I was on, Your Worship, through you. I was on the list for the question that was called, actually. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Just generally speaking, I want to thank the leadership of Councillor Beamer and Councillor Hakey for taking council through 2 full days and another day. Unfortunately, Your Worship, I was ill on the first couple of days, but tried to follow along at home. So, difficult decisions. And I thought the 2 chairs of the Budget Committee did an excellent job working through with the rest of the committee. I want to also, Your Worship, take the opportunity to thank the commissioners and the CEO Reyna for their expertise, and for all the directors and managers for bringing forth budgets that they thought were appropriate for the 2025 budget year. Those would be my comments, Your Worship. Thank you.
Sir Hickey, on the comments on the budget.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Not a lot to add to Councillor Beamer report. Andrew and I had parlayed a lot on these questions. It's been quite a journey for sure. We've gone back another time, which I don't think has happened in my recent memory, to request the staff take a look again at getting the budget down. Initially, it was at 5%. That failed. We did a straw poll with council and felt that 7 seemed to be the number. Myself, I cannot support this budget. I know it's kind of funny because it seems to be our budget. We didn't pick it, but we guided it. I too had a lot of conversations with residents, and being a business owner, I understand implicitly what you have to do when times are tough, and we have done that at my business that I operate with my partner. We have to set our priorities, and we have to work towards that and the cost savings that we needed to operate in this environment. While Mr. Freeman did send out a terrific email today talking about the very small impact that he feels the possible tariffs with the US will have on the city, it still nonetheless affects all the taxpayers, and it affects them greatly, let me tell you. So we have to be cognizant, and we are, and I don't believe for a minute that anybody that's sitting at this table doesn't believe that they're doing the best thing that they can for the city. That's number one. But stories get told sometimes embellished for different reasons. I did want to make a very clear correction. when the speaker got up and talked about $600,000 being spent by the police on collecting shopping carts, I immediately contacted the chief of police, and he did inform me that he felt she misunderstood the numbers that they had presented. The $600,000 was more for the new strike force to deal with property crimes. And I believe if I have the numbers correct, I'm going to see if I can pull them up here. The chief was saying that the officers of that group, the Community First, have arrested 466 people, the majority of shoplifting, outstanding warrants. They returned 133 shopping carts, so that'd be pretty expensive. Spend $600,000 on that. They conducted 116 targeted enforcements and so on and so forth. So I think it was at best misunderstood that the police, in fact, did spend $600,000. So that I wanted to correct right away. Again, getting back to the budget at hand here, I remember distinctly saying that this budget was a one-off, a reset, a one-time adjustment. And the citizens, for the ones that I spoke to, were very clear. They understood that. They said, okay, we get that. We are dealing with things that 10 years ago we never heard of, or they were very small, whether it be the climate issues or the homeless issues. And we can only deal with those as best we can. I want to give a shout out to our MPP Dave Smith, who has done more, I think, in 5 years, particularly on the homeless file, with the money that we've received. Having said that, I have to also say to Premier Ford, we need money, and we need serious money to solve this issue. This is not going to be solved at the municipal level through the tax base. We're talking billions of dollars. And while, again, I appreciate everything our local MPP has done, because I have looked at other areas in the province, and not all MPPs have rallied the same support, the Premier has to come up with a plan. And part of that plan for me has to involve a number that we have to work to satisfy our community, because we cannot go blindly ahead in the homeless file hoping things are going to get better when we know we're not even touching the root cause. And that's the part that's really frustrating me. I'm getting called, it's being alluded to, I don't care, which is absolutely false. I care enough that I am not going to put those people in the same position that they're in and keep them there. I want to see the action on the other end of the coin, which we know is the way to go. So,
Councillor Hickey, do you want to use your second 5? Your first 5?
Yes, I will. I'll wrap it up very succinctly, Your Worship. Yeah, thank you very much. It's not something at this point I can support. We have to push. We have to push back for the sake of the taxpayer. There's other municipalities in the same boat. I'm only concerned about Peterborough. And we have to push back, and we have to make the demands, and they have to be heard. And I believe they are, but quite frankly, they don't have the infrastructure in place. Well, guess what? You better start getting it. So to Premier Ford, I appreciate the $200 that you gave me. I'd rather have seen the $3.5 billion go into homelessness for all of Ontarians, first and foremost Peterborough. But I say next time around, give the money to the biggest need that we have right now that's costing us the most. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Riel on the budget.
Through the chair, this is my 14th budget, and it's the most convoluted one I've ever been through. I thought that we sent our marching orders to staff to find efficiencies. That's the world that I come from. And that, when I say efficiencies, is looking at department to department and finding efficiencies there. Are we right-sized to offer the services that the people of Peterborough need Or are we heavy in one? Can we move people to other areas, retrain them? I'm not talking about massive layoffs. I'm talking about running a business. And I personally, from the world that I come from, I feel the city is not being run as a business. I'm really heartened by what the CEO said tonight, that he's going to bring a company in to look at the business, department to department. That's what we asked for. We didn't get it in this budget. What we got is a bunch of low-hanging fruit, one of them being discretionary benefits. Let's take the $250,000 and rip that out that are important to people. I got a call from a woman that's on ODSP that says, if I don't get discretionary benefits, I can't take the trip to Toronto to get my chemo. That's the type of things that I like to hear that the $250,000 discretionary benefits is being used for. For somebody that might need hearing aids that can't get them, that would change their whole life. And I tell the story about the young girl that phoned me that she said, I have not been into the house in a couple of years. My teeth are so bad that I cannot get a job. I'm afraid to go outside. I don't have a life, and I'm thinking about suicide. We able to get that girl dental health to help her through discretionary benefits. A year later, she phoned me, Keith, I want to thank you for whatever you did. I says, don't thank me, thank the city of Peterborough and the workers that work for the city of Peterborough. She says, I've got a job and I'm getting married. That's the success of what a little bit of money can help. But I didn't see this in this budget. And I hear the two chairs, our budget chairs, saying that they are not going to support this budget. What does that tell you? I'm not saying they didn't do their job. I'm looking at staff and I'm saying you didn't do your job. And that was to find efficiencies. And I don't see the efficiencies. I'm not here to cast aspersions, but that's what I asked for in the meetings we had, that I've had, find efficiencies. And I don't see them in this budget.
Councilor Burke to the total budget.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Leal. I think that I feel thankful for everyone's hard work, because I know, despite how we all feel, that there's been an incredible amount of people reaching beyond their capacity to get this together for us from the staff. And definitely the work from our budget chairs has been great, and it's been helpful through the process. But I share the sentiment that this has been a sort of a disjointed process. And I find it interesting that the speaker who was calling in, our council member, was the one who said that we need to set our priorities, because how I see it is that we heard in the summertime from our staff that we would need 10% to maintain the status quo, just to keep the lights on. And it wasn't me that gave staff the Herculean task to come in at 5% and to do so right before the summer holidays and come back to us in the fall. So I have some criticism around how that was done. People that live in Town Ward and the people that I talk to don't mind spending the 6 to 7 to 8% on their property tax if they feel that their priorities are being met and the issues that they're experiencing in the community every day are being resolved. And so let's rewind back to the summer when the councillor gave our staff that 5% target. I tried to ask, because I could see the writing on the wall that it was supported, I tried to ask, well, within that target, could we prioritize X, Y, and Z? Whatever that is. And there wasn't support to do that. And so what we have here is this laundry list into the double digits now of these little incremental changes we have made through these days of meeting that really haven't amounted to very much in terms of savings for the community. And that's been the hard part. You know, we've had some very deep debates about things that actually at the end of the day don't have that much of an impact on that rate for people. So I am in favor of council, whatever the process is that we have to do this so that it's fair and we can vote on it and we can set the priorities within the rules that govern us. We need to figure out what those priorities are for us so that in the future, if we have to give staff this Herculean task of saying, no, you're at 10, you have to come in at 5 in a couple months, then there's some framework that they have. And I was hoping that the strategic plan would accomplish this, but I think we need a deeper framework so that when things like this are when these drastic cuts are being proposed, that to me, what seems that happened is that, like it was said, the low hanging fruit, the working class workers of the city that are on the ground, the services that we feel day to day, week to week, those are the things that are experiencing the shifts and the impacts based on these moves that we've had to make. I don't know where the idea of homelessness comes from in terms of like dragging down our budget. Most of the funding that we're getting for the really radical reactions to homelessness aren't coming from the tax base. You know, MPP Smith, his announcement is bringing us $18 million, $6.3 million for 3 years into the community. That's from for the Heart Hub. That's from the provincial government. And so I think that if we're going to get in this situation again where we're going to not like what we hear, which is the number that it's going to cost to keep the lights on, to keep the status quo, then we need to have some sort of better way of guiding staff to make these cuts, because to me it seemed like it was just all over the place, and I think there's a better way to do that. I think that's all I have to say about that. I think that, you know, is it 2025? It's 2025. And like the idea that we can get back to some glory day of price and cost of living and the cost to keep the lights on at the city back to some manageable number for everyone, I don't think that's going to happen. And so I wish there was a better way for us to sit around this table and actually look at the framework of the budget, the framework of the priorities that we need to set as a community, as a city, and get to some real understanding between us about what that looks, between all of us about what that looks like for us. And then the only other comment I want to add is that I want to move, I would like us to move back, if we could, to having more of a broad range of budget books. I think that definitely those first processes that I was around for the budget it was much more helpful and easier on staff to have the more information at hand to go through as we're combing through all these numbers. So yeah, those are my budget comments. I didn't plan to say any of this, but here we are.
I have Councillor Crowley, then Councillor LaChica. Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Worship. I guess this is sort of relating a little bit to what Councillor Burke just mentioned about having a little bit more, guidance, I guess, moving into the future. I know that, Richard, I believe that we had discussed at one point the possibility of having a multi-year budget in the city of Peterborough. And I know that Jasbir, you just mentioned about having an efficiency review. Is it possible to have, I know that would probably come into play for the next council. Would the efficiency review be finished in time to apply that to a multi-year budget in 2027 and on?
Mr. Freeman, please.
Your Worship, the answer is yes, because I think that the time, and if I could just pick up on your comment there, it's really for the next council, and I would absolutely agree with that. If we were implementing a multi-year budget, it would first of all probably be in a 4-year cycle. Year 1 is probably year 2 actually of that next council. So that the council deals with year 2, 3, and 4 of that multi-year budget, and probably then the next council after that kind of confirms that 4th year, and then the cycle starts over again. And that allows then the council, the incoming council, to kind of get their feet wet with the issues. That's why it's implemented kind of in that year two framework of the year two of the term.
That makes sense. And I know that, you know, it's the budget process is such a laborious process. Love doing it. We have to do it every year. It's the way it's been done. I think we have a better way to do it through a multi-year budget. I think that there's, to, you know, Councillor Riel's point, I do think that there's a lot of bickering and dithering and back and forth and deferring this and no, we shouldn't do this, and massive amounts of delegates coming in and minds getting changed. And I think it would just be easy to have a set plan for a few years and that gets implemented. Then the city and the staff know exactly what's happening. And if any catastrophes happen, we can certainly roll with the punches. But yeah, that was just a question that I had related to something that Councillor Beamer had asked. So thank you, Your Worship.
Yeah, to the overall budget.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'd just like to thank the Finance Committee, because this is not an easy task. And they've certainly spent, thank you, Chair Beamer and Councillor Hakey out there, and all of the team, you know, Commissioner Freeman and our commissioners, all of the councillors around the table. We pore over the books. And this year we had one book. And I just want to echo some of the comments I heard earlier. I think that we need to go back to a little more detail. I think one book for me was not enough, because I've been finding things along the way that were buried, that were hidden, that were too discreet, that have come up later. And I wish I'd recognized it earlier, because it was too discreet for me earlier on. I think it's important, you know, for us to have, as Councillor Crowley has just stated, a multi-year budget, because we're finding, well, what happened to that item that was supposed to happen as a capital project in 25, and now it's going to be 26 and it's going to be 27, or maybe it's disappeared, and where did it go? These are the questions we get from the public. And I think that if we had a multi-year budget that we could track and where we could see where items and lines go, then it would be a lot clearer for us in this process. Just, you know, I'm wearing my I don't usually wear graphic tee, but it's Canada. And I know that, you know, all of us are in a moment in time that we wouldn't have expected. We're grappling on every level, whether it's federally, provincially, municipally, with circumstances in a landscape that we would never have predicted. I so appreciated Alex and Roy speaking with their heart about our homelessness condition. Yeah, this is not just us, it's everywhere, and it's never been this urgent and this much of a crisis. We're bearing a lot, and you know, we've had provincial assistance, and we are appreciative of that, as Councillor Hakey has said. We need more, but maybe we need to reassess our own values. Is it just the capital projects and the infrastructure, the physical things that we take care of in our community? Do we need to reassess the safety, well-being, security, and equity, public consultation, so that we can rejig, so that we can be dynamic councillors that are addressing the needs of a dynamic landscape? I really think that that's important for us. I don't want to hear homelessness and climate change the last on the list, and we'll do the best we can with those two things. They should not be an afterthought. They should not be the things that we leave as the last priority. They should be top of the list, because if we're healthy and well in those areas, then we have a future that we can create. We need to protect that future. So I just think that, you know, are we spending too much on staffing? I really think that an 18% increase in staffing from one year to the next is incredibly steep. How can we get more out of our staff complement? How can we reassess the workload so that it's reasonable and fair, but that it's maximized? And what are the positions that are really important to achieve what we need? according to the values that we share. And there are lots of things that we can do together if we can agree on those particular items based on common values. I look forward to further decision-making on this very complex budget. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Duguay?
Thank you, Mayor Leo. I will support the budget as presented. There has been considerable debate in our chambers. I believe, if I'm not mistaken, this might be our fourth time, perhaps even fifth time we've considered the budget. We have received various inputs from stakeholder agencies, departments, and for the community at large. To Councillor Beamer's earlier comments with respect to the 2023 budget being a one of a kind, I certainly concur with those remarks, but we're facing similar, if not escalating, financial pressures this year. And we're not alone. There are communities in Ontario, cities in Ontario, their budgets are in double figures and some even more. I'd like to thank staff for their input today. I personally did not find information lacking. I felt the process and the documentation comprehensive, and in any instance that I needed additional information relative to any budget item, staff made themselves available weekdays, weeknights, weekends to ensure that we arrived at an appropriate decision with respect to our budget. Lastly, to Councillor Crowley's comments, the notion of a multi-year budget as a guiding principle for the next council makes sense. There are communities throughout Canada that this is the process that they do implement. So it would be a matter that I would certainly entertain, and as it would align, for example, with Commissioner or CAO Reyna's organizational review, I believe those two items would go hand in hand, and it would be a matter that I would welcome and consider at a future time. Mayor Leo, those are my comments. Again, in summary, I support the budget. It is necessary for our community to continue to move forward, and it's necessary for the advancement and betterment of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further speakers? Councillor Vassiliadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I thought I'd get in on this too. But no, I do want to thank everybody. This has been, I guess this is my 10th budget. And boy, it's been going and going and going and going. And I kept thinking, boy, is it actually going to come to an end tonight? So 11th, okay, there's, see, this is what happens when you've been around this long. But I mean, let's hope we kind of pass it tonight. That'd be really nice. So, but I do want to thank staff. They've been good. Anytime I've reached out and and called, and sometimes I call really early and I got an answer. So in the morning. So I want to thank the staff and all of us around the table here. I don't know if I'd stretch it out like this again. Next year, it's interesting when you have to go over how you voted because it's been so long, so that's a bit of a stretch, I think, too. One thing I looked at, and I don't think I would do it again, is when you kind of pick away at little items. And it's, I remember in this past term, last term, low hanging fruit is what was being talked about. And I remember it was the fountain that came up. And again, I did not vote to shut down the fountain. I'd never shut down the fountain. It's a part of our history. But I remember referring to it as poisonous fruit, because all of a sudden you're trying to pick away at something, and that's never going to get you there. And I look at some of the items that we picked away at this year, and it's not going to get us where we need to be. So, moving forward, I think we have to look at everything. And by the sounds of it, we are going to look at all aspects of the city and really kind of pick away at it. But I do think that you have to watch about the low hanging fruit and how poisonous it can be. But other than that, I'm happy to be here with everybody. And so let's move this thing forward and pass it today, please. Thank you.
Any further speakers? Councillor Baldwin, please.
Yeah, very quickly, Your Worship, I don't know how the vote's going to go, but I'm going to look at it as being positive. We'll probably pass the budget tonight. But in the event that the budget fails, through you or to the clerk or someone, where does council go next?
Mr. Clerk.
Thanks, Your Worship. I may need to defer to our treasurer here, but my first thought would be that if that budget's not passed and there is a need to pass a budget, then it may be a matter of reconsidering our position here. But I'll defer to the treasurer in case he has further comments.
Mr. Friedman, please.
I was going to add, Mr. Clerk, or through you, Mayor Leal, I know at the beginning of the budget, you had not exercised your right to exert strong mayor powers. And I guess the question would be, in the event that we don't get a budget passed this evening, does the mayor get an opportunity to exercise that, or has he already exercised that that option?
Your Worship, if I could just pick up on that thread of the councillor's question, it is now council's budget, so it is after the February 1st date. So prior to February 1st, it would have been His Worship could have exercised his powers under the strong mayor's legislation, but now it is council's budget. And to the comments being made, council is in the business of delivering services to the constituents of Peterborough. And the budget reflects the services that are a priority to council. Council has weighed in at numerous times during the conversation and the full days of meetings, and have had opportunity to amend those services. And what's before you tonight at 6.72 is reflective of what council has deemed to be the services that are a priority to them. If the motion fails tonight, then it's really for council then to come back and say to staff, or say to me as treasurer, what services you want to take out or amend or adjust yet again. I'm hoping that it will pass tonight and we get on with it. I do not want to see the business of services being provided to constituents stop. But that possibility exists, so let's get on with it.
Your Worship, that's helpful, and I think that's clarified some things for members of council. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Any further speakers? I will add a few remarks. Certainly, there's no question 6.72 is a big number at a time when many people are struggling in this community. There's no doubt about that. But when you look at the budget, the big three are still driving our budgets: police, EMS, public health. There's no question in my mind that this community wants investment in police service. No matter where I am, north, south, east, west, in this community, public safety, #1 issue, continue to invest in police. The county has the responsibility for EMS. We don't have much choice in that matter, because all of us in a medical emergency expect the EMS to be at our door and get us to Peterborough Regional Healthcare Hospital as quickly as we can. Public health has gone through an amalgamation. They'll continue to work through the restructuring with regards to that. I was here in 1991, 1992, and 1993. One of the most severest downturns ever in the economy of Ontario. What happened here at the City of Peterborough? We had extensive layoffs. We didn't fill jobs. And because the Premier Ray brought in the social contract, there were people working where that never got paid to try to get us through that difficult period. But I can tell you what happened. When we laid people off, when services weren't being provided, people complained extensively. So what happened in 1997, 1998, 99? We hired them all back after the outcry from the citizens in Peterborough. And when you look at this 5% budget, that's an interesting number, because the previous council had, based on funding from the government of Ontario, KPMG came in here and they did an efficiency study. So what did KPMG recommend? Cut all the arts funding out, all the services that were classified as soft services. They talked about getting rid of them. So when we asked our staff, to come back with a 5%. They brought us back the recommendations for KPMG. And what did we do? We rolled it all back in. So I'm looking forward to the next efficiency review here in the city of Peterborough. But let me tell you what is also driving our numbers. In 2022, our funding for homelessness was $976,808. In budget 2025, that number, this is municipal dollars alone, that goes up to $2,131,731. That's an increase of $1.15 million in a 3-year period. So if anybody suggests that we're not putting a lot of money to fight homelessness, they're dead wrong. It's an important priority. It's not something we're shucking aside. It's something we're meeting head on. And in fact, I've read the AMO report twice. What does the AMO report tell us? That municipalities are out of fiscal runway to keep funding this. We're at the end of the line. So we're going to be dependent on our senior levels of government to come in and help us out. During that same time, our colleagues in the county of Peterborough have paid $208,000 in 2022, 2023, 2024, and it's a fixed number for 2025. So as we're doing the review of our joint services, that's something that needs to be addressed. Our numbers are also up in housing too. This community is a generous community, and I always remember a famous quote from Sylvia Sutherland during one of her inaugural address. She said, "Is Peterborough going to be a just city or just another city?" And you look at the investments we're making to help people out, we truly are a just city. Somebody else?
Oh, Your Worship, just as a matter of procedure, there were two pecuniary interests identified under
Yes.
this report. I might
So we're
suggest,
gonna separate those two out.
correct, Your Worship, I might suggest we deal with those first and then you can go back to the main motion.
And one of them is the AmeriCredit lease and Councillor Duguay. Is that right?
Correct. Councillor Duguay had the transit garage replacement project.
So we'll separate those out. We'll go to a vote.
Just ask my colleague if she can load one of those motions, please.
And Mr. Clerk, if you can let me know which one, I can't see it, so.
Your Worship, my colleague is going to load the AmeriCredit motion for Councillor Crowley. We just need a mover and a seconder. Just require a mover and a seconder for the AmeriCredit motion.
Councillor Vasiliadis, in favor?
I am affirmative, Mr. Clerk.
And Your Worship, just for the benefit of, I think, Councillor Duguay, the
Yes,
motion.
I'm also the affirmative. Are we separating both or just AmeriCredit for the moment?
No, we're going to deal with yours next.
Then I'm affirmative with AmeriCredit.
We have that, Councillor Duguay. That is carried. Mr. Clerk, could we put up the one for Councillor Duguay? If we could have a mover and a seconder. I see Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Purnell.
Thanks, Your Worship, and that's to approve the transit garage replacement project
Correct.
on pages 160, 168, 169.
I am in the negative on that, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you.
And that is carried. Mr. Clerk would now go to the full budget for a vote.
Yes, your worship,
do we-
it's report, you're correct. It's item 12B,
B?
report FCSFS 24-036. And that was moved by councillors Riel and Burke, if I'm not mistaken.
That's correct.
I am in the negative.
Mr. Clerk, would you be kind enough to repeat what we're voting on? I think I missed the opening sentence.
Thanks, your worship. And Councillor Duguay, it's the report identified on the agenda as item 12B, which is the 2025 draft budget report, FCS FS 24-038. It's the main report for the 2025 budget.
Your worship, for clarification, this vote is on the entire budget then, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm in the affirmative.
And that is carried 8-3. Colleagues, do we want a 5-minute break? We've been here since 6 and everybody's nodding. That's good. If we get everybody back about 9:02 or so. Colleagues, it's 9:04. Maybe we can reconvene. 9:04:54 to be precise. We are. So 12B has now been handled. It's 12D.
Yes.
Oh, good. I'm good. And the popcorn was good. Custodial expenses. We're going to reconvene. Our next 12D has been identified by a member of council for discussion. Councillor Burke, 12D. First of all, if we could get somebody to move it and second, then we can have a discussion. You're going to move it, Councillor Crowley. Thank you very much. To second, Councillor Burke, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mayor Leo. And I just want to make sure my audio is working. I got a few messages about the live stream. There's no audio on it, so I just want to make sure that people can hear me. So the reason, just catching my breath, the reason I want to raise this actually is because of just the sort of lack of clarity around the wording. And this was a motion that I made at one of our first budget meetings to find this cut. But the idea behind it was the fact that we had some contracts for custodial services that we have seen through the administrative minutes that we have access to. And upon questioning those contracts for custodial, like an increase in contracts in certain custodial areas, the conversation was about how we're spending money on these services to maybe sort of take care of buildings that are vacant or not fully maximally used. So I think I just wanted to make sure that, because I love the people that take care of the facilities that I'm engaged with at the city that are busy, I think that they do a great job. And I just wanted to make sure that the emphasis from our conversation about this cut was to look at the reduction in facilities where that service wasn't necessary.
Mr. Freeman, maybe you can help us here.
Your worship, I'll try. Your worship, council has elected to reduce the levels of service that they're putting into custodial care of the facilities. So based on council's direction to reduce the budget by $153,000 or whatever the number is, staff have worked with the provider. We've amended the service to accommodate the reduced budget that's available. So for instance, you're seeing that right here at City Hall, where some cleaning services are not done as frequently as they were previously. Something has to change because we don't have $153,000 to put towards it. So all of the facilities were reviewed and with the view to what is the most appropriate cleaning regime for those facilities, and it was amended accordingly to fit within the new program, the new budget available.
Okay, well, I mean, that answer is helpful, and I didn't want to draw this out into having another debate about it. I just wanted to try to emphasize the point, and it sounds like the point was considered to sort of to make those cuts at your discretion based on the needs of the city. And I think the experience that stood out to me was, we have a portion of on Lansdowne. Remind me of the building that we bought on Lansdowne. What's it called? Calvary. I think when I asked some questions there, like, I just want to make sure that I wanted to make sure at the time that we weren't spending this on this service in a sort of frivolous way. But I do recognize by your answer that staff have sort of put this through your own criteria of where the need is and done so accordingly. So. No, thank you for bearing with me.
Not at all. Not at all. Further comments or questions? We can go to a vote.
I'm affirmative. Mr. Clerk?
Councillor Duguay,
Your worship, I am also in the affirmative.
thank you very much. And that is carried. 12G, Councillor Chico, was that yours? You have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much, Your Worship. I just, I wanted to seek the direction of perhaps Commissioner Nelson regarding G on the climate change coordinator position. I don't know how I missed this. We didn't have a discussion about it previously, and I think it might have been one of those discrete pieces that didn't pop out to me on page 95. I did not see that on page 95.
Councillor Chico, if you just hold for one moment, we want to get the discussion going. Can I get someone to move and second it, then you can start your
Sure.
comments. Councillor Crowley, Councillor Vasilias, go ahead.
Thank you. So if I could, may I inquire just related to this environment position, the genesis, the length of time that the position was vacant, and what is the rationale for its elimination? Thank you very much.
Through the chair to Councillor LaChica. The position underwent and went through a transitional change in which it was the duties and the tasks, because when the position was originally hired, it was brought on as a temporary position. It was then moved to a full-time position, and then subsequently taking on additional responsibilities and roles, it was reevaluated, in which then it became a non-union position. And then in that, the position that was vacated that would basically support additional initiatives has not been filled at this point, but the decision by council was to eliminate that position.
So my concern is that we are in a climate emergency. We have increased, need to look at various factors related to climate change and what we're doing with our climate action plan and the initiatives. I'm concerned, and we've talked about staffing, and we don't want to have positions that aren't needed and useful. But if ever there was a position that would seem to me to be needed and useful to engage in an effective climate action plan with the initiatives that are being fulfilled, I would think this would be a very important position. So I'm raising it because I don't think it should be eliminated. And I'd like to hear a good reason for its elimination based on the increasing work that needs to be done in this area. Analysis, data collection, and initiatives on a community level, and on reductions to our emissions, corporate emissions, residential emissions, all of the work that needs to be done. As I sit on the peak committee, I see one key staff member doing a great deal, and I am worried about any gaps that we may have in staffing and leadership in this area. So I don't know if you could speak further to that, Commissioner Nelson.
Through the chair, again, this is, you're not wrong. There's one staff that's doing 99% of the initiatives. And unfortunately, this is a condition of, again, trying to be most efficient with the resources that we have. In this circumstance, it was indicated that this was a position that currently isn't filled. Is there an ability to find efficiencies? The answer was yes, and that's what we've worked towards. So.
Thank you, and through you, Chair, just to finish off, again, just hearing from you about one individual having to exact so much, I think that we're only going to have increasing need to be addressing these issues from season to season, and based on on all of the environmental pieces that are part of the lens that we're to be looking through at every level. And I don't see that it should have been left vacant, and I don't think it should continue to be left vacant. So I'm going to speak firmly in opposition to this. And I hope that, you know, around the horseshoe, we might reconsider that this would not be something that we get rid of, but instead that we have to make sure that we staff and that we see this moving effectively. We want to make sure that the work and the investment that we've been engaging in around a climate action plan has legs, and that we have more than one staff person to be able to do that. So thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'll be voting against that.
Councillor Purnell, then Councillor Duguay. Councillor Purnell, please.
There we go. Thank you. I put the motion to a vote.
Call the question at any time. The question could be called at any time, so we'll call the question. We'll go to a vote.
I am in the affirmative.
Your worship, if we're voting in response to Councillor Parnell's motion, I'm also in the affirmative.
It's correct, Councillor Duguay. And that is carried. We'll now go to the question.
That's correct, your worship. Then the motion before council will be considered for vote.
12G. That the climate change coordinator position currently vacant be eliminated.
I am in the affirmative, Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I am also, will vote in the affirmative.
And that is carried, that the position not be filled. 12M, somebody had raised 12M. Councillor Riel, 12M. For Councillor Bowden, I'm sorry, 12M. Free transit for you, Councillor Baldwin.
I got it, your worship. I was just wondering if staff could just review for me the $33,400. Is that figure just a placeholder, or is it based on any, is it based on an estimate, or I don't recall conversation about that figure. I think I was probably incapacitated at the time, your worship.
Just have the discussion removing it to get it onto the floor.
So moved.
And Councillor Crowley, go ahead, Councillor Baldwin.
I've asked the question of staff, your worship, where that $33,400 came from.
Mr. Ilmar, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the 33,000 that's identified in the budget is an estimate, and it's going to be based on the anticipated uptake of the program and how many students and how many rides would be actually supported.
Suffice, Councillor Baldwin?
Just a clarification through your worship to the commissioner. Is that the way it's worded there? Does that mean that we will in effect forego the potential for $33,400 of income from ridership?
Mr. Elmar, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that would be a fair assessment. Basically, that would be the subsidy that would offset what would have been a revenue.
Your worship, that clarifies that for me. When this motion was brought forward and endorsed by council, I just want to bring to the attention of council's attention again that we are foregoing an estimated potential revenue source. And we've heard several councillors this evening speak about not supporting the budget because of the 6.72%. I know this would be a small amount of money, but I thought I'd better bring it to council's attention. Thank you.
Councillor Purnell, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. So the Peterborough Youth Commission actually brought forward this motion to have free youth transit to encourage more high school students to become transit savvy, become lifelong users of transit. This was unanimously endorsed by council to be in this budget. This $35,000 is just an estimate, but it should actually be offset through the negotiations with the school boards. So the school boards do actually pay a certain amount of money to use transit now, and there will be some kind of adjustment because they'll be able to have less school buses and we'll need more transit buses, but that will be a negotiated settlement with the school boards. So it shouldn't end up costing the city taxpayer any money once they work out the details. But we didn't want to postpone this another year. We wanted to get it started this September. And get because there will be an education process to it as well to teach some youth. Excuse me. There's a difference between riding a school bus versus transit. So,
Councillor Baldwin, suffice.
So your worship, I certainly agree with it in principle. I'm just wondering because the councillor to my left has indicated there would be a negotiation between the school board transportation and the city. For 2025 accounting, will we be apprised of what that negotiation is and how close we came to the $33,400 estimate? I guess that would go to Mr. Freeman
or Commissioner Elmer, maybe,
or
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is discussion right now with the busing services, and there is, there's some interesting insights as to how that could impact the service, because obviously revenue loss is a revenue loss for whether that's a school board, the drivers of the school buses or our transit. So definitely there is a negotiation that we can bring forward once we identify those numbers. And I know with Councillor Purnell's interest in this, we can definitely work through that and with our transit committee.
Thanks, Commissioner. And I'm now satisfied, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin. Any more comments on this one? We'll go to a vote.
Affirmative, Mr. Clark, for Heikki.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I support the motion. Or excuse me, the item. Thank you.
And that is carried. The next item is 12O, and that was separated out because Councillor Heikki's daughter works for the Kawartha Sexual Assault Center. So someone like to move that? Councillor Crowley, Councillor Faciliadis, comments or questions? We'll go to a vote.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I am in support of the recommendation.
And that's carried. The next item is 12T, lifeguard at Rogers Cove. Somebody identified that. Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair, I think originally the question should go to Mr. Laidman, but I'm asking Mr. Potts. If we don't supply a lifeguard at Rogers Cove or Beavermead and somebody drowns, is there a liability to the city here?
Mr. Potts,
because we haven't supplied a lifeguard.
Mr. Potts?
Your worship, that's probably a question of fulsome answer for a closed session. I will say generally, it depends. And, adequate signage, for example, and I understand, and I defer to my colleagues about the signage cautioning about the absence of a lifeguard. Municipalities can't be seen to have to protect everyone from everything on all city property at all times. I think that signage is relevant. So I'm not going to be in a position to be able to say that the risk would increase or decrease. I think it depends on signage and what the reasonable person would do in the circumstances. Thank you.
I'm going to rule on the side of caution and ask this to be separated out for a vote. I think that we're running two beaches. Certainly hundreds and thousands of people go there every year. We did have a couple of fatalities there. I just want to try and protect the city, so I think it's $40,000. So I will be separating it out for a vote.
Yeah, we just need a mover and a seconder to get on for discussion. Councillor Crowley, Councillor Vasiliadis. Councillor Burke, you're next.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Leal. And I think that this is one of those decisions that I was speaking about earlier that we might have made in the hopes that we would make a million decisions like this to get the tax rate down to that 5%. Well, I'm going to change my vote because the last time I was at Rogers Cove, it was just full of people and life. And it was just this hub of people enjoying the park and the volleyball courts and coming from the canoe museum. And there were new Canadians there that were swimming. And I think it was just a beautiful thing for me to witness. And it's an important conversation when we talk about economic development and when we talk about how are we supporting these types of beautiful things to happen in our community. Well, we need to do that. The way to do that in our actions is to actually fund a lifeguard so that people are safe when their families go there to swim in the summertime. And the question I want to ask to Mr. Freeman, sorry to put you on the spot, Richard, but what are we talking when we're looking at chopping away for months now at the tax rate? What are we really talking about here with $40,000?
Mr. Freeman, please.
Is it 0.0? And I hope no one calls the question on me. I think I have the floor, but is it it's like 0.000%, something like that?
Mr. Freeman, please.
Your worship, it would be 0.02.
Yeah, I mean, so I'm glad that the councillor pulled this. I think that when it's all said and done, I think that this is something that I can support, and I hope my colleagues around the
So
table.
procedurally, what's on the floor could be voted down, and then somebody makes a motion on the affirmative to provide the 40,000 for lifeguarding.
Yeah, so my understanding is if we vote this down, then it's just in the budget because the vote is to eliminate it. So if it's not eliminated, then it's there. Is that right? We don't have to have another motion.
We don't need a second motion.
Your worship, I believe you would need a second motion to
That's what I
actually
thought.
add it to the budget.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Duguay, please.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a concern procedurally if we're introducing newfound expenditures to a recently approved budget. I think this motion would be contrary to said procedure. To remind my colleagues, for example, and for comparative purposes, the town of Cobourg no longer provides lifeguards at their public beach. It was viewed as an expense, and it was viewed actually and I had opportunity to review some of their reviews as a liability because the number of persons and just simply the inability of lifeguarding function to work effectively. I'm also aware, for example, the beaches at Point Pelee Park are no longer with lifeguards. Signage is posted and it's clearly enunciated that you're using the facility at risk. I do distinctly recall our discussions at council chambers that Rogers Cove was viewed as not a priority, but rather that it would be more appropriate that we continue to provide lifeguard service at Beavermead. We're not eliminating lifeguard service entirely from a lake, but only from one of the beaches. I would not support the allocation of monies for lifeguarding at Rogers Cove. This decision was made previously. I'm not willing to vote in the positive. Thank you.
Councillor Purnell, please.
Sorry. Following up on my ward mate, we did discuss this at length, and it's another one of those decisions where we looked at the history and how many days the beach was actually closed due to E. coli or blue algae, actually, which is even worse. And we didn't have that big of a problem at Beavermead. So that the choice was, as we're trying to get the budget down, which many people in the city want us to get that budget down, was okay, we'll maintain the lifeguard at Beavermead, and we will forego the lifeguard at Rogers Cove. And we know the Public Works will still maintain the beaches for debris. So that is why this came forward, and we voted just to maintain lifeguard at Beavermead, not Rogers Cove, just for history. Thank you.
Thanks, Councilor Purnell. Any further speakers on this? We'll go to a vote.
I am affirmative, Mr. Kennedy.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I'm also voting in the affirmative.
Through the chair, this is like Groundhog Day. I think one of the things that was brought up tonight was the decision by previous council to shut down the Centennial Fountain. I have no idea how long people have been skating on the canal. Long before my time, I think if we go back and look at the pictures that are in the museum and stuff like this of people skating, I have no idea how long the Public Works has been providing a service of the rink. I know that we're probably 2/3 of the year through any skating, and we're at a bonus year where probably the canal would have been exclusively probably from December right through till March. So, Mr. Laidman, I had a call today.
Bill, just 1 second. I got to get a mover and a seconder to get it on the table for you. Councilor Vasiliadis and Crowley. Go ahead, sir.
So I had a call today, Mr. Laidman. They wanted to know if the city could supply some supplies, because when you go by, you see people with their own shovels, their own snow blowers, and I assume that we are providing for neighborhood parks the amenities to have a neighborhood park. So the question was, is there any way that we can provide the necessary supplies so that people can use the canal till the end of the season?
Through you, through you, Mayor Leal. So staff have investigated that question because that has been a question that's arisen. And certainly the neighborhood rinks policy that council approved earlier this year did talk about the process by which we are training volunteers and such to adhere to our insurance requirements for the neighborhood rinks. The difference on this rink, though, is that it's not city-owned property. So we cannot provide insurance or go through that same process for potential groups or persons who wish to volunteer on that rink. It can't be covered under our insurance, unlike all our neighborhood parks, which of course are under municipal ownership.
Through the chair, I'm not going to ask for a separated vote. I think the season is just about over. I wish that we were back at the start of the season and making provisions for the people to use the canal. Shame on us.
I just have a quick comment on this. The other day, I stopped my vehicle coming through the tunnel. I looked at the sign. It said Peterborough Liftlock, National Historical Site. Not a City of Peterborough site, not a County of Peterborough site, not a Province of Ontario site, but a National Historical Site. That's what I always thought. They should have maintenance of the canal from the Liftlock to Marais Street Bridge, because they cut their grass. Are we going to be responsible now for trimming their grass in the same darn area, the same width and breadth? of the canal? We're not. So they got to wake up, pay the money, maintain it in the wintertime, just like they do in Ottawa, because it's a national historical site. Mr. Duguay, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. The previous decision of council was not to proceed with providing funding to maintain a federally owned parcel of land. I support that direction. I recognize the traditional and historical popularity of skating on the canal, but persons today are still skating on the canal. Our previous decision was to provide needed resources to assist volunteers that are maintaining our neighborhood rinks. We have seen, I've seen some very positive outcomes of that, and I've tried to view as many of the outdoor rinks as possible. Those are within our city domain, and those are within our city's control, and those are being responsibly managed pursuant to our volunteer program and insurance mandates. I would encourage our municipality, Your Worship, to continue to dialogue with Parks Canada, Trent Severn, to confirm that they would be willing to undertake the maintenance of the canal facility on a go-forward basis, and thus allow for skating and hockey activity. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Duguay. Councillor LaChica, please.
Thank you. I'd be remiss if I didn't share information, and part of it is that we differ from the Rideau because it's funded through a capital fund, not the federal parks fund. And it's my understanding that back in 2010, it was the city of Peterborough that asked for it to have the jurisdiction over the maintenance of this because of a number of interest groups that were wanting to use it, wanting to book it. I've got this from a very reliable source. And I feel that there's a backstory here, and we need to be very careful of how we frame this. And I am concerned about insurance issues because of the fact that there's a historical piece to this. So, it could be argued that it is within our jurisdiction because that was the last negotiation that occurred was between the feds and the city of Peterborough 3 mayors ago, that it was ours to maintain. So I'm concerned. Thank you.
I suspect we're just splitting hairs between the National Capital Commission, which is funded by the Government of Canada, that oversees Rideau and the Trent Severn system. But we'll agree to disagree on this one. Any further comments? We'll go to a vote.
Mr. Clerk, for clarification, we're talking 12T?
12U.
12U, thank you. Okay. I'm in the affirmative.
Your Worship, Mr. Clerk, I'm also voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
And it was carried 9-2. Councillor Purnell, 12X, is this one yours? Discretionary benefits? I'm sorry, Councillor Crowley. Been a long evening and very good. Okay. We'll just go to a vote. Councillor Vassiliadis moving it. Thank you. Councillor Burke seconded. Yes. Thank you. We'll go to a vote.
Mr. Clerk, I am in the negative.
Your Worship, Mr. Clerk, I am prepared to vote in support of the discretionary benefits being restored.
And that is carried 8-2. We'll continue to fund discretionary benefits. So that. Councillor Burke, 12 AG, please.
Thank you, Mayor Leo. Just give me 1 sec to pull it up. So I'll move the report. Do you need a mover? I'll be glad to move the report.
Okay, and the seconder, Councillor Crowley, thank you.
And
proceed, Councillor Burke, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So I think that the reason why I pulled this and the point that I wanted to make and the amendment that I'd like to move is that we defer the transition of stormwater funding from the tax base to a dedicated user fee. We defer that until we can get more information provided to council about what that program looks like. And I'll speak to
Stormwater
that.
management fee buyout. Mr. Friedman, could we get some clarity here, please?
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify, Your Worship. In hindsight, it would have been good, and I know we can't redo the evening here, nor do we want to. But it would have been good perhaps to deal with all the budget motions, and I'm just speaking out loud here to Mr. Kennedy, our clerk. John, we should have dealt with all the budget motions and then come back to perhaps 12B. And however, council has elected to set the tax rate with the adoption of 12B at 6.72%. I think now if council wants to amend that and defer the stormwater, then the impact of the monies that are being shifted to the user fee would now come back to the tax base. So that is the decision that you're about to contemplate. Did you want to shift it back onto the tax base and pass a much higher tax rate? So I'll defer to you
But
whether
the
you want to
point
do
of
that.
information, the point is that, my point is that I don't set the agenda. And our procedure allows us to discuss something at general committee and then discuss it again at a council meeting, which is what I'm trying to do. Whether or not it affects the tax rate is not my problem. I am dealing with the agenda in the order that it's been presented to us. And it is something that upon consideration from last Monday's meeting until today's meeting, that I will have some further comments based on the feedback from my constituents and the research that I've done. And so that's what I'd like to do. So I think we need to figure out how we can do that because I'd like to speak to this decision now for a second time. And I think that our procedure allows us to do that.
Councillor Burke, you have the floor. If you want to speak to this, proceed.
Move the amendment.
You move the amendment?
Which is the deferral. And so I'll speak to that now. And I guess the hesitancy I have about, so do I have the floor?
You do.
Okay. So the hesitancy I have about
Councillor Burke, do you have a seconder for the amendment? You're moving, Councillor Chica. Okay, proceed. Now we've got everything in order here.
Thank you very much. And so I understand, because I've asked questions of staff, I understand the rationale for us wanting to do this, but I've received a lot of feedback from community members in Town Ward that rent and that are faced with a cost of living crisis that now with the impacts of the what's happening in the United States right now, that could only increase for them. And so I have some very rational fears about how this is going to impact my constituents. And so when I went to go research how other municipalities have transferred from having this be part of the property tax and coming out of that and be put on the utilities bill or the water bill, I came across a broad range of ways that municipalities have done that. And in other municipalities, and specifically in Toronto, when Toronto City Council was looking at making this very same decision that is being presented to us, they were given a lot of information about what the impacts of that decision would be. And at last Monday's meeting, and between now, both at the meeting and offline, a lot of the questions that I've had have not been about the impacts to residents, what that's going to look like. Those questions have not been able to be answered because the answer is that we'll figure that out as we build the program. And so as a counselor, I'm hesitant to approve something without deeply understanding how that's going to affect my constituents. We don't have a cost per hectare cost impact about what it's going to look like to residents. I don't have an answer to renters who are living in 5-unit houses about what the cost impact month to month is going to be to them. And I believe that it's prudent for us at council to be presented with that information when we're making a decision of this impact. The other information that we don't have is that the big dangling carrot about the rationale for us doing this is that we'll create a revenue source. So there will be hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of properties that are currently not giving us property tax because they are exempt. They will have to pay the stormwater management fee. And again, this is all hyperbole, like we don't have that information right now. We don't, and for me to make a measured decision on the impacts of this program, and what I'm asking for is that instead of us approving this and just hoping that it's going to work out in the way that it's being presented to us, what I'm asking for is that the work be done by staff to figure out what the cost impact is going to be, what the revenue sources are going to be, and how this program is going to function in the community. And I'm not prepared to make a decision until I have that information in front of me. And for that reason, I am moving the amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Further speakers? Further speakers? Councillor Baldwin, please.
Yeah, just very
To the amendment.
Yeah, the amendment, Your Worship, I'm not going to support the amendment, the deferral, because I think we have that information. I believe everyone got an email from Mr. Freeman on the weekend, and it was something like $2.73 per $100,000 of assessed value. So the councillor, through you, Your Worship, is correct. There is going to be a fee to be paid for by those who are renting or leasing, but I think we have that information. So for that reason, I'm not going to support the deferral. Thank you.
Further speakers?
Yes, Your Worship.
Go ahead, Councillor Hickey.
Thank you very much. Very much in line with Councillor Baldwin's thinking. We do have that number. Now, we do know that we are not capturing all the people that are currently contributing to stormwater. That we do know. As to the exact number, I believe the number that was put out there was an estimate of approximately 900 property owners. So that's another piece of information that we do have. This is an interim bill, and it was very clear from Mr. Freeman that the objective was to shift it to people that aren't paying. Perhaps it's a bit lower right now, but they will come back with a full disclosure on the options that we have. So it's not, from my perspective, it's not that we're going to do it. It's what will it look like, which I agree with Councillor Burke. We don't know exactly what it looks like, but we all know what it should be. And that is that everybody's paying, not some that are currently excluded by it being on the tax bill. So for that reason, I'm not going to support the deferral. I'm going to support the initial program, which Mr. Freeman had laid out pretty succinctly to us, that in term is this, here's the suspected number extra that will catch. And to answer the final question, we're not sure because I believe there's about 8 or 10 different ways of accounting for this on a bill.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. I have Councillor Burke and then Councillor Real.
Thanks, Mayor Leo. I guess the question I would have for Mr. Freeman is we just heard from the previous speaker that there's 8 or 10 ways of accounting potentially to do this. So what what are we considering that's going to look like?
Mr. Friedman, please.
Your worship, I had, as a part of my January 20th report, I had provided examples from 20 municipalities in terms of how they have implemented what council is proposing here this evening. The charge that the $2.73 mimics what is currently being paid through the tax base, and it breaks it down on per 100,000 of assessment. I broke it down that way because regardless of your assessment on your property, you would know what the impact is to you, the taxpayer, in terms of this decision. That's why I expressed it that way, so everyone could figure it out based upon the assessment to their property. The options that the councillor is referring to, what I was proposing is that we would do the community consultation. That's already, council's already approved that. They approved the community consultation in a project back in December 9th. That project council's already approved. So we will embark on that community consultation and we will come back to council with the results of the community consultation and the results of the options for council's consideration. The charge that's being proposed simply mimics what's being paid on the tax bill, but expresses it as a user fee. Thank you.
Thanks. I think that helps. And it also is reminding me of the conversations we had about it last week, which I think you said something similar. So I appreciate that. In the comparator municipalities, through the chair, are there any programs in place that would protect renters from having to take on this cost and would just focus on homeowners?
Freeman, please.
Your worship, none that come to mind, albeit please keep in mind that it's only if the renter is paying the utility bill that there would be an impact. So where the utilities are included, which would be a significant portion of renters, there is no impact. So anyway, just keep that in the back of your mind. Thank you.
Councillor Rial, please.
Through the chair, I kind of sympathize with my colleague, Councillor Burke. I understand what he's trying to do because I've got calls from renters wanting to know because if their costs go up, they could be out on their rear. Really, that's how critical it is. But I think in staff wanting to drive number down that was palatable to people, this process came up. And the selling feature for that was that people that weren't paying stormwater we were going to collect it and pay for it. But to me, and I made the point tonight, it's a shell game. The tax number, the property tax number is still 9 or 10%. Because when you get a bill that's coming and people start phoning you and emailing you saying, why do I have a stormwater bill? Staff is not going to be on the line. You are to explain why they've got a $500 or $600 bill. So if you equate that to what that is, their taxes are actually gone up. It's not at 6.6 or 6.7%. And that's the point that I made tonight here, that to make it be palatable at 6.65, I think, it's actually higher than that because you're going to pay it on the stormwater bill. It's just a different way of doing it. And then the consultation is like the cart before the horse. I know we were pressed for time, but what's the consultation going to do to the people? They're going to speak up and say, you know what, finally the light bulb went off. What is the consultation going to do? I don't. It should have been done before, but we're in a time crunch. So that's my comment. So.
Any further comments on this one? We'll go to the vote. There was a deferral that was proposed. So.
I am in the negative, Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, I do not support the deferral.
Councillor Higgy, just to clarify your vote.
I do not support the deferral.
The deferral is lost. And we got to now have a vote on AG going forward. Yes. Yes, Councillor Crowley, we'll go to a vote on that. The affirmative. Sorry, Mr. Clerk. Yes, sorry, Councillor Real. Just a little. Correct. Sorry. Sure, go ahead, sir.
Through the chair to Mr. Laidman, the user fees for sports diamonds and field rentals are going up. We're spending $4.4 million at Bonneworth. What are the pickleball players going to pay for user fees?
Mr. Laidman, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not sure I have that information at my disposal, what the rates are. I have to, if you could give me a few moments, I might be able to find that for you, Councillor Real. I just don't know off the top of my head that. Thanks.
To the chair, everything that we do when we enhance a ball diamond, a soccer field, a hockey rink, whatever, part of the business plan is that we will recoup some of that cost by user fees. So we're spending $4.4 million in Bonneworth for several amenities. One of them is 14 pickleball courts. So I'll wait for you to give me the number for the user fee, or is there going to be an increased user fee for us to cover the cost to put pickleball courts in?
Mr. Laidman, please.
I can tell you while I'm trying to find that specific fee that it's a sport court fee across the entire city. So the sport courts, similar to the basketball courts over here, or tennis courts or pickleball courts, all have a set fee. There's no specific Bonneworth fee. It's a set fee in the user rate for sport courts. So the only time we will be taking the fee is if someone's asking for exclusive use of the facility, which we will be working towards the policy of how much time we will be allowing exclusive use. Typically, we try to ensure that there's an appropriate amount of public usage of all space, as well as exclusive use by paid groups. So we will be working towards that. So I don't believe I could tell you how much that specific pickleball court will generate at this point, because we haven't determined how much time we expect to allow exclusive use on that court, similar to a soccer field or a baseball diamond or any other ones that we're renting out.
Well, you know, it's funny, the night I brought that up, it was almost, people were laughing that there should be a business plan. And certainly when you're making an investment in taxpayers' money, there has to be a business plan. And there was a business plan for the new arena. And part of that business plan is that it was going to cover some of the cost with rental fees. And it's no different than anything else we put in. When we do ball diamonds, there is going to be a charge to the people that are playing ball. If we put in a soccer field, there's going to be people that are paying for the soccer fields. If we put in a rugby field, there's going to be people that pay user fees for rugby. And that's all the sports. So all I'm saying is when the taxpayers invest money in a facility, there should be a business plan of how we're going to try and recoup our costs for people using it. That's the point I'm trying to make. So when you're doing your calculations, get your pencil out, start calculating. II, which is for Mr. Simonowski, there's a reduction of $60,000 in forestry contractual services and street cleaning. Can you please tell me why? We had a torrential storm here. We have never cleaned it up. And there's a $60,000 reduction in forestry. And what's the thought behind that? And then the downtown is filthy, and there's a street cleaning has been reduced. So could you please explain that to me, the rationale for a $60,000 reduction in forestry and certainly street cleaning?
Commissioner Amar, please.
Certainly through you, Mr. Mayor. In the last round of budget reductions, staff were requested to find additional efficiencies, and this was a budget that was identified as unspent in our contract services from 2024. So there was room to reduce that marginally. We didn't reduce it to match our 2024 expenditures. We still have surplus funding in that line item, and it was felt that the risk to services would be minimal for that efficiency opportunity. So there's no reduction in services.
I'll go into
Councillor Riel.
I-4, which is transit, and there's a $75,000 reduction in cleaning supplies and contracted services. So who's going to do the cleaning of the buses and the rationale behind the $75,000?
Commissioner Rimmer, please.
Through Mr. Mayor, similar to this line item as well, was an item that was had some surplus funding that was identified in our expenditures in 2024. And I also do want to offer to the department chairs that part of our review for 2025 will be to look at our expenditures and actuals to see if we can identify other opportunities for efficiency without impacting our services.
Very much.
Anything further, Councillor Riel? Somebody like to move 12 AG? Oh, comment, go ahead, before we move it, second it. Actually, we need to move her and second to get her on. Councillor Vasilios, Councillor Beamer. Go ahead, Councillor Burke.
Yeah, thanks. This is just to staff, and we're on basically proposed options to reduce the tax rate. And I remember during our November 18th and the November meetings, we'll say, because I can't recall the date, but during those two meetings, when we got to the back of the budget book that had the reserves in it, we sort of bumped that ahead and said that we would look at it at a later date. And I know that you sent us the updated list this week of what the actuals are in those reserves. Is there time this late in the game to look at taking advantage of some of the funds that are just sitting in those reserves to help cut down on the costs or to help implement back some of these little changes that we've made? I know the reserve that I had questions about that is just sitting there. That's a fairly large reserve, is the Atria parking reserve. It's a couple $100,000, $150,000 or something like that. And it's there for something yet to come that hasn't come and probably won't come. So I'm wondering if there's been a chance for us to really, with a fine tooth comb, go through those reserves and really maximize what's in there.
Mr. Freeman, please.
Your worship, that's certainly council's prerogative. If you want to do that detailed review now is the time. It's up to you. Staff have put forward the recommendations. It certainly would not be my recommendation to raid the reserves, but I'll defer to you and I'll accept your direction.
Mr. Rada, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to caution the council that the way the things are going on, the future is very uncertain, and I will not recommend that we go and take a single penny from the reserve unless it's extremely, extremely necessary. Thank you.
Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. As follow-up to Councillor Riel's queries with respect to user fees, to a question to Commissioner Laidman. Commissioner Laidman, would there be user fees associated with public requested use of, so that a persons or a group wish to book exclusive use of the tennis courts and the Legacy Bowl facilities at the Knights of Columbus Park?
Mr. Laidman, please.
Through you, Mayor Lealy, certainly when anyone wants requests and books exclusive access to any of our recreation facilities, there is a fee associated with that exclusive use. And to follow up to Councillor Riel's question that I never had a chance to answer, the sport court rate is $5.75 per court per hour. So that equates on the pickleball example to $80 for all the exclusive use of all 14 courts.
Any further comments on 12 AG? Oh, first of all, we need a motion to go by 10 o'clock. Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Purnell, we'll vote on that.
Yes, Councillor Hakey.
Thank you.
Yes, I would vote in the positive.
As you always are, Councillor Duguay.
And that is carried. Further comments on AG? Further comments on AG? It's been moved and second. We'll go to a vote.
Affirmative for me.
Your worship, I am also voting in the affirmative. Thank you.
And that is carried. The next item we have is 12AJ, Peterborough Memorial Center parking. Councillor Real, please.
To the chair, and I want this separated out for a vote.
Sure.
I will not be supporting the increased parking from $5 to $7. There was a great article in Saturday's edition of the Peterborough Examiner. I think both the Peterborough Petes and the Lakers Lacrosse Club were quoted as saying that this could have an impact on their business. And one of the quotes that I was going to make, and they stole it from me in the paper, was that people will probably park in the Miskin Law new arena parking lot because it's free parking and they can just walk down the street. Also, there will be an increase in thinking off-street parking, certainly for people that wanting to use the Memorial Center and certainly to park because they don't want to pay the increased fare. But there's a couple of individuals or groups of individuals I think are going to be impacted here. One of them are seniors that have to park close to the door because of mobility issues and certainly are going to have to pay that. But also a lot of them could be on a fixed income and want to enjoy a night. And certainly it's an added expense to them. Then there's people with young families that certainly want to park and they got young kids that want to come. It's an expensive night for them to either go to the Peterborough, to a Peterborough Petes game or a Lakers game for a family of four or even more. And certainly it's an added expense. So I will be following the lead of both the Peterborough Petes and the Lakers. And the Lakers, I'm a season ticket holder and certainly was a former ticket holder for the Petes. So I will not be supporting an increased parking of $2 from $5 to $7. Also, I think that when you make a motion like this, I would like to see us look at the Peterborough Memorial Center and see what the business plan is for the Peterborough Memorial Center. Because if parking is going to be the savior, then why aren't we looking at the whole business itself and how it can be self-sustaining? Arenas don't make money, but I think they should break even. And that doesn't break even. So I think that we should be looking at holistically the Peterborough Memorial Center of how the business to operate the Peterborough Memorial Center should be looked at, whether it's concession stands, who we're putting in there, who we're attracting, but also parking for $2 is not going to be the savior of the bottom line at the Peterborough Memorial Center. So I will not be supporting it.
Councillor Baldwin, you're moving this? Moving? No. And we have a second there? Councillor Crowley, go ahead. Councillor Baldwin, you have the floor.
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. Actually, when I was in Ottawa on the weekend, I got a call from Sports Director Mike Davies about the motion. So I can speak from personal experience as to my conversation with Mr. Davies. The idea of bringing the increase from $5 to $7 came from the user fee at the back of the budget book. The staff recommendation was $5 to $5.25. So the thinking was, does the current $5 or the recommended $5.25 cover the costs of sustaining or paying for the parking? So you need to take into consideration the third party company that's dealing with that. I suspect you probably also would have to cover the costs of cleaning and removing snow from the facility. Perhaps the repavement of lines, the yellow lines designating each of the parking spots, and any repairs that might be needed. On Saturday night at the Pink in the Rink, there were 3,905 fans at Memorial Center. There are 391 parking spaces, regular parking spaces, and 21 accessible. That means, Your Worship, that 412 people out of the 3,905 were in the Memorial Center parking lot. My rationale for bringing the motion was to make sure that we are covering the costs, and that those who are using that facility, the 412 people of the 3,905 Saturday night, who are using the facility, pay a little bit more. I also looked at it at about a 15-degree below zero, and going from $5 to $5.25, you're trying to get 3,500 people on average into the Memorial Center. It's 17 or 15 below, and someone gives you a $5 bill and a toonie or a loonie. And the recommended fee was $5.25. Now, I don't know about you, Your Worship, but going into taking all of the change in my pocket from $5.25 and giving 3/4 for every single person that goes in there, that's going to take up a lot of time. By the time they get in there, they've probably missed 15 minutes of the game. I know a lot of people get there early. They like to watch the warm-up. A lot of people don't. The other side of this was the motion said it would not be implemented with council's endorsement until September 1st, 2025. That means that there would be no increase to the Pete's for the 2024-25 season, and no impact to the Peterborough Lakers for the 2025 campaign. In the interim, we're going to get a staff report. And that staff report, Your Worship, should tell us what the actual costs are for covering the parking fee and or maintenance of the parking lot. I also got a hold of former manager Gary Watkins, the manager of the Memorial Center for more than 30 years. He estimates if we have to repave that parking lot in the present day, it'll be about a $500,000 bill. Spitballing. That could be right. That could be high. That could be low. But at some point in time, if that Memorial Center continues in its present form, we'll eventually have to repair or replace that. I'm anxiously waiting, Your Worship, for the staff report, and I would suggest that if it gets back here, perhaps before September 1st. And if the staff report tells me in order to cover our costs, we should only increase the parking to $5.50 or $6, I'd be happy to amend my motion $7 to something less than that. So I'm going to have the motion stay, Your Worship. Those would be my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Any further comments on this? We'll go to a vote.
Yes, for me, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, I will vote in support of the recommended increase in parking fees.
And that is carried. The next item is 13C. Sorry, Councillor Purnell. 13C? Okay. Oh, 13C was Councillor LaChica. I'm sorry. My apologies. It's
Thank you very much, through you, Your Worship. I'm happy to move this, but I just had a question.
That's the borrowing bylaw.
Pardon me, the borrowing bylaw.
Borrow- yes,
Yep.
okay.
In my own budget.
We just got to get a mover and seconder. Councillor Crowley, Councillor Vasili, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you. It's okay. In my own budget process and for my own analysis, I had a question for Commissioner Freeman. Part of this exercise is the notion of, having some fiscal restraint as we think through what our priorities are. I'm just curious, how much debt did we have as a city as of January 1st, 2023? And how much debt do we have as of February 1st, 2025 right now? I'm just curious as we go from year to year.
Mr. Freeman, please. Isn't this just a bylaw to borrow money?
But But it's related. It's related.
Okay, Mr. Freeman, please.
Mr. Chairman, or sorry, Mr. Chairman, Your Worship. I'm going to, my budget team are scrambling here in the last row, and I'm going to look to them to help me answer this question because I'm not sure I have all the information in front of me that the councillor is asking for. The staff report, the borrowing bylaw, is a bit of a housekeeping issue because it's a requirement of the bank. And so we bring it forward because they ask for it. And so I have to paper it up just in case we would ever have to borrow the funds. Don't plan on borrowing any of it.
That's our capacity. That doesn't mean we're borrowing billion dollars.
Absolutely not. We're not
It's just a
borrowing anything.
capacity issue.
So to the councillor's question though,
Sure.
from 2 points in time, how much did it change?
Bill or Yvette, please.
We're looking it up. So in that time, it would have increased substantially because we borrowed the funds for the Miskinlaw Community Center, right? And as well as there was borrowings for Fire Station number 2. So they were all planned events. So there has been no monies borrowed that council ultimately has not approved as part of the capital budget. I will say that just to give my colleagues here additional time.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Did you want the number, Councillor?
Yes, thanks. I don't mind if we proceed. It was just
Okay.
connected to borrowing. So thank you.
Okay. And we'll go to a vote.
Yes, for me, Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, I will vote in support of the recommendation.
It's carried. 13D has been separated out because Councillor Duguay declared a conflict. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct, Your Worship.
Somebody like to move? Councillor Beamer? Councillor Vasiliadis? We'll go to a vote. The incentive program for 367 Rogers Street in beautiful Ashburnham Ward. And I'm sure you're supportive of that. Good.
That's a yes for me, Mr. Clerk.
I wanted to make sure. Oh.
Councillor Hagee, could we have your vote?
I thought I voted yes, Mr. Clerk, but in case I
thank you.
didn't.
Thank you.
Thanks.
My mistake.
That's carried. Item 13E, Councillor Chika, please.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Tonight we heard several folks speak to this. We have a cycling master plan that was a 2.5-year process involving staff, consultants.
I just got to get a mover and a seconder. Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Crowley. Proceed.
Thank you. Yeah, so we know how extensive the process was creating the cycling master plan, and it cost a substantial sum of our tax dollars. And you know what a deferral, the deferral that was proposed last week. What is staff supposed to fix in a few weeks that the staff consultants community consultation that was so extensive that they supposedly got it wrong in 2.5 years of work. I think we've heard very well tonight and extensively tonight how thorough and how exhaustive that process was and the expertise that was involved. So why would council commit the city's limited resources, and we're trying to save money here, on doing this? And you know, that we think that we would know better of all the expertise that was put into this at this time. I think that we need to move forward with decisions of a previous council when the process has been sound. We know that, you know, the argument about duplication of infrastructure, we heard Commissioner Nelson talk about a road diet, that complete street design that's considered from project to project, and all the considerations of emergency vehicles, vulnerable road users, parking, all of those things are already considered. And, you know, progressive cities, future focused cities have a guideline where from project to project, they look at these things. We have young families arriving that are cyclists. We're looking to green and active transportation initiatives, putting them in motion. And this is what aligns with our strategic plan as well. So I'm in favor of all of the housekeeping items except for the deferral, which is not prudent. I don't feel it's good stewardship. I don't think it's necessary. Thank you very much, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Chika, Councillor Riel, then Councillor Crowley. And Councillor Duguay.
Through the chair, I mean, last week when we were listening to the debate on this, there was a couple of things come up that if Premier Ford gets reelected and he's made the comment of he's going to pass a law that there is no bike lanes on main arterial routes. First off, he has to get reelected. And I think we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. The second one was that the bollards that are put up on Charlotte Street are being knocked over by our emergency vehicles, or I'm not picking on anybody for their driving habits, but I was listening to this here and I know how I voted. But a lot of work went into this. I'm not going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. I asked a woman tonight, and this was our citizens going to charrettes and talking about building a plan for the city of Peterborough. She said she probably put in 300 to 400 hours. So what do you say to her? And what about her colleagues that went to these meetings in the charrette that built this plan? I cannot, in good conscience, vote for a deferral on the cycling plan was put in here. So I will not be supporting a deferral because I think a time and effort went in. If it has to be massaged after, plenty of time to do that. But I says, we've got a plan. We've got people and the constituents that spent a whole bunch of time putting this together. I think that we should honor the commitment that they made with the plan that was put in place.
Councillor Crowley, please, then Councillor Duguay, then Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Worship. So I do have a couple of questions just in getting all the emails that we received over the last 2 days. It brought some questions to mind. Commissioner Nelson, if this is deferred, what would a realistic timeline potentially be to get this back?
Mr. Nelson, please.
Are we thinking 6 months? Are we thinking a year? Are we thinking this is going to be another multi-year sort of thing? Do we have any idea?
Mr. Nelson.
Through the chair to Councillor Crowley, it's difficult to determine at this point. This isn't a body of work that's in currently staff's program for 2025, because again, it was anticipated that it was done. So we would have to look at, we'd probably seek some additional clarification to confirm what are the aspects. We've heard that, there's a desire not to have duplication, and there's some indication that there's possibly some duplication. So working through that and looking to figure out a means to align the proposed plan with what council's direction is and council's desire. Unfortunately, I'm struggling to give you a definitive time because again, it would probably need to have us go back and do some further public consultation. So from that, it's not going to be in a immediate term because again, we're going to have to shift some work program in order to make staff time and resources available, and then look at it from that perspective and determine and confirm the timelines respected. So that hopefully, and unfortunately I'm evasive, but
No, and yeah, no, that makes sense. And I appreciate that. Does deferring this affect the approval of the transportation master plan at all? Does this affect?
through the chair, this is a portion of the transportation master plan. Obviously the cycling network makes up a portion of that. The road network has been chosen to be approved. At this point, as I say, obviously staff's position is staff are recommending it for it to be approved. That would be the preferred direction. And then, because again, reiterating what I indicated last week is that this is still just a master plan, right? It's not defining all the items in stone. It's indicating as to what are those network connections that are desired. And there would subsequently be, as we heard some of the other speakers in that tonight, there's other bodies of work that follow and must be performed prior to the full implementation.
Right. So if this were to be approved tonight and we still had some issues with it, let's say intersections, street corridors, whatever, do we have the ability to, as council, change those in the future? So if you brought something back to council and we were like, oh yeah, we don't want it on that street, we'd like it on this street or whatever, do we have sort of that granular ability to change aspects of individual developments on the fly? Like, do we have, does that make sense?
Through the chair, staff knowing what they know now in terms of if there was projects that was anticipated that there's some form of duplication, I think it would be prudent for staff to get confirmation clarification from council if those locations are desired to move forward. And we would look at any projects and obviously, move them forward with the lens that obviously, and again, from staff's perspective and from our opinion, obviously we try to avoid that duplication because that's obviously if there's duplication, there's increased cost.
Right.
So, staff will work to do what, however, I'm not going to say that there aren't times where through public safety and to provide the best network that's possible, there may be recommendations to put in basically networks that do just that, help protect the users. And those recommendations may end up in some levels of duplication, which if that was the case, any such concepts we would bring back to council to get confirmation.
Okay, so for example, if we had a problem with the path, through you, your worship, if we had an issue with, for example, Lansdowne Monaghan Road, there's, where the path sort of crosses over. If we had a problem with that, but this passed, are we able to modify something related to that as a council? Should something ever come to us? like we could request signalized light there or a pedestrian crossing or something.
Through the chair, that would be one, whereas again, as I speak to it previously, we would be moving forward with budget funding requests for those individual projects. So there would be some council involvement there. Also as well, typically any of those come back through public engagement to confirm the concept.
Right.
At which point then, and again, hearing what we've heard is looking at those locations that have some concern and therefore basically ensuring that we have that public buy-in and council buy-in for any of those projects.
Okay, so, sorry, if I may, just one more. Thank you. Thank you, Worship. So through you, Your Worship, so if this gets deferred, what suffers? Is it funding? Can we roll back to a previous cycling master plan, or are we essentially, we don't have a cycling plan at all? There's
Through the chair, it would be staff's intention to proceed with what's here, with obviously the indication that any areas of duplication or concern areas would be reviewed with further detail. One of the uncertainties is what you raised is from a staff's perspective and looking at applying for funding opportunities for these, in which then the difficulty staff have at times is the timelines available to start looking at that. And that's typically what a master plan puts in place, is sort of that direction that says in principle, we're in favor of this. That being said, it would bring into question any of those areas where if it was anticipated that there's any sort of duplication or concern areas, those would probably come into question as to whether they be areas that we would apply for funding for.
okay. No, I think that's good. Thank you very much, Commissioner. I appreciate it. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Duguay, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. It's 10:30 in Peterborough. It's 11:30 from where I'm calling you by remote means. I know it's a long night, so I'll attempt to be quick. For the record, there appears to be a perception that I'm against bike lanes. That's absolutely and fundamentally not true. I'm wholeheartedly in support of a comprehensive system of effective and productive bike lanes. The concern that I raised at the previous council meeting, having read through the documents and having had participated in the previous transportation master plan project and monitoring the master plan for bike lanes, having read through the documents, identified we require a policy to ensure that we do not, through our designs, contemplate what I have referenced as duplication facility. I have had opportunity to speak at some length with Commissioner Nelson and Director Appleby. Your Worship, I was the one that introduced the motion, and it's not my motion. So it's a motion I bring forward as a counselor. It's not mine. I don't own the motion. But I would be prepared to have the motion withdrawn, allow the bike master plan proceed with the full understanding that we as a council have opportunity to review projects on a go-forward basis, and there would be an absolute assuredness that we do not advance a proposal that has what I would recall or have referenced as duplication facility. Namely, we don't have bike lanes, and we don't have a multi-purpose trail, particularly in our major arterial roads. That was my concern. New bike lanes on Sherbrooke Street, imagine that reach from Braley Drive to Glen Forest, would be better served and safer for users if expressed in a multi-purpose trail and not within the traveled portion of the road. That was the concern that I expressed at the meeting, but from discussions with Commissioner Nelson and Director Appleby, I am prepared to withdraw the deferral request, knowing that we will have opportunity to critically review from a number of perspectives the micro details of important new bike lane facilities. And again, I wish to reiterate for those members of the public that are listening and for my council colleagues and staff, I'm not against bike lanes. I support multimodal transportation. However, I was concerned that there appeared to be a deficiency in the program. There was no expressed safeguard insofar as duplication facility, and that was the basis for the deferral. But I am prepared to withdraw the deferral and allow the project to go forward. Thank you.
Yeah, Mr. Clerk, procedurally, to make it easier, we could vote down, starting with the sentence that official plan Schedule E trails and bikewise network plan identified in report IPG PL 25-001 as Schedule B in paragraph 20 of the bylaw be deferred for staff to review of the trail network planning. So we could vote on that, vote it down, and then move what Councillor Duguay wants to do. Would that be a straightforward way of doing it?
Your worship, yes, I think if I understood you correctly, it would be in order at this point in time to vote on the deferral matter, and if it was lost, then the remainder of that motion, which I think the intent was then to consider the motion that was at committee, that could be put forward then for a vote. And I think you have Councillor Hagan speak as well.
Councillor Baldwin, just
clarification, your worship, if the motion has been deferred, do we need to vote on that? It's been withdrawn.
Need to vote it down. Yeah, the clerk says we can vote it down, then we'll come back with what Councillor Duguay has suggested.
Fair enough.
I have a list of speakers. I just see if we can get some concurrence here. Councillor Chica?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. A couple of questions, just a technical question.
Sure.
If the councillor is withdrawing the deferral, I don't see that we need to be voting it down if it's being withdrawn.
I just asked the clerk for assistance. Mr. Clerk, can you go through that one more time?
Thanks, Your Worship, and thanks for the question. I would suggest at this point it is council's motion, and it's been moved by Councillor Vassiliadis and Crowley. So I would suggest for those reasons
that
it is before council that we
Thank you.
proceed as course.
Thank you.
Suffice.
That suffices, and if I may proceed just with my point, I think we did learn, just supplemental to my previous statement, we learned that the network plan is a broad overview of the existing and proposed cycle network, and not a plan which is binding for the design of any particular project. And I think that that's what Commissioner Nelson's affirming for us. And by moving forward with this, we are acknowledging that this was indeed a highly engaged, transparent process, and it deserves adoption and moving forward. I think the issue is that we don't want to reopen the transportation master plan again. That is a great deal of time, money, energy, resources that we don't have right now. We don't want to waste time on redoing and revisiting massive undertakings that we've achieved and solid policy outcomes. That's what this is about. So I appreciate the deferral, and let's go ahead and vote. Thank you.
Councillor Purnell, did you want to speak? Go ahead.
There you go. I hope I can be heard.
Yes.
Mayor, I can understand what my ward mate is doing. But the main reason for doing this, to start with, as was articulated last week, and just to actually clarify a couple of things, the planning, the charrette was not about bike lanes. That was about the official plan, and we had all kinds of people in over 4 days, and that was envisioning what people would like to see in the community. But some of the ideas, you'd be shocked. They literally wiped out Sobeys and Canadian Tire and Mark's Workwear House, just eliminated them and put housing there. Well, that's not realistic. And that was the kind of thing that came out of the planning charrette. It was like if we could just rebuild your city, how would you do it? Not really practical for the city of Peterborough to actually do that as an example. And this was never intended to open up the whole transportation master plan. It was simply because the map in the report is not accurate, and things have changed since this transportation master plan was approved last term of council. Things have changed. Even our own staff member, who is 1,000% supportive of bike lanes everywhere, taught me that no, on-lane straight bike lanes are not the favor and not in favor anymore because they realize they are not as safe as off-road trails or multi-use trails. And then the whole point of duplication did come up because we know it costs money. And I'll use Chemung Road as an example. That's going to be a very expensive project to get a turning lane in there. And then to add even extra expropriation and land acquisition for 2 bike lanes on the street and then a sidewalk on one side and a multi-use trail on the other. That's a lot of extra real estate, a lot of extra capital investment and operational. So, but we don't have any language in there in the policy about duplication. And I fully appreciate, well, we have Commissioner Nelson, who's absolutely fabulous, and he understands that. But we're all not going to be here forever. And so that policy has to be in writing that, and actually I will add, when we get through this, I would like to add amendment that in order to reduce duplication of service with on-street and off-street lanes, that any project requiring bike lanes return to council for approval. Because this is
Chair. This is not speaking to the deferral question. It's proceeding to another amendment.
No, this is
Thank you.
speaking to the deferral, but that's where I will go, because that is the whole point, is that was the whole point of the deferral, is so that we could get the proper language in the policy, because this is a housekeeping matter. And if we just put this map in the official plan, it's in the official plan, and people think that's the Bible. That's it. And if we make any change, or future councils make any change to a plan, then it's an official plan amendment again, right? So we need to be able to protect our flexibility in the future, because there are definite costs involved in duplication of service. That was the whole point of this, is to try it wasn't going to change the whole map, but it was going to add definitely some language around the duplication especially, but also, concerns. We did speak specifically about Lansdowne and Monaghan and how we're going to deal with that particular intersection and the trail. So that's where this is all coming from. It's not reopening the whole thing. We all know that bike lanes are essential in various areas for transportation for people, as well as for pedestrians, etc. But we have to maintain that flexibility in the future. And I think that needs to be with councils in the future, and not just staff member and his or her interpretation in the future. That's where it's coming from.
Thanks, Councilor Purnell. Any further comments? We'll go to Mr. Clerk. Just clarify what we're voting on first here.
Thanks,
Your Worship, I would
sorry.
like to comment if I can.
Sorry, Councilor Hickey. Go ahead.
That's okay. Thank you very much. In my business, what is written is the law. And to Councillor Purnell's point, that is a concern of mine, because it becomes adopted pretty quickly if it's on paper. I am not against bike lanes. I use bike lanes. I use bike paths all the time. But what concerns me is it's not clear language. And if something were to happen to all of council tomorrow, new council members come in, it could be conceivably put forward that this is what's in writing, this is what we have. My concern, that's number one. Number two concern, and this is a great example. I've been getting a lot of calls about Lansdowne Street, and particularly just east of Monaghan Road. Now, my idea is we take the path that's there, that's just south of the Good Life Fitness Club, and turn you up the street to Monaghan Road, come down and across. But that is not what the expectation is of some of the people. I'm not saying all the people, some of the people that I've spoken to. Some have said, no, they want a signalized crossing or a bridge. That concerns me greatly. So the duplication is one factor. The fact that it's not spelled out clearly becomes the greater factor for me. So for this, I am going to vote for the deferral. And I don't want to, it's not that I don't trust the current people, But if they move on, if they're gone, the interpretation is very clear. This is a master plan adopted in the official policy of the city. So that's what you're left with, and that could be defended very easily. So I am going to support keeping the deferral in there. It does not preclude the network going forward at all, in my view. It's nice, it is comforting that these things come back to council, but unless we have it specified in there, clearly, I think we're heading into what could be considered in future a gray area. And nobody likes a gray area. The city certainly doesn't like it, and council shouldn't like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Chica for a second time.
Thank you, and I'm appreciating the healthy debate. That's what this is all about, and we're trying to save money. This is a budget night. And I again, I just want to reiterate that our commissioner has assured us that the network plan allows for an overview to look from project to project. The particular items that would need any changes or tweaks, and if there's anything significant, it would come to council. That is intrinsic to the cycling master plan, that be possible, and we've been given that assurance from our commissioner. I believe our commissioner when he says we don't have to worry about it, and that our staff and our commissioner recommends that we move forward with something that has been a time-staking, thorough, transparent process that's involved the expertise of people that are cyclists, that understand cycling safety. You heard them speaking tonight, coroners and experts and cycling safety gurus. We know that all heads have been at the table to create this. We know that our commissioner and the language of this master plan includes the opportunity to look from project to project to make sure that it's reasonable. So I think for councillors that are trying to save money, why would we be wasting our 2025 tax dollars to reopen something that has already been thoroughly done? Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chica. Any further comments? Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. We'll move to the question. Mr. Clerk, what, again, just exactly what we're voting on here?
Thanks, Your Worship. The item has been moved by Councillors Vassiadis and Crowley. The two recommendations before council this evening have been separated. And the vote that will occur before council first is the secondary recommendation, which reads that the official plan identified a Schedule E trails and bikeways network plan identified in report IPGPL 25-001 as Schedule B and paragraph 20 of the bylaw be deferred to staff for review of trail and network planning, or sorry, trail and network planning.
Oh, it's been a long night, Mr. Clerk. So that's what we're voting on.
Mr. Clerk, I am a yes on that.
Your Worship, Mr. Clerk and colleagues, as previously stated, I will vote against the second paragraph.
And that is lost. So Councillor Purnell, did you have an amendment you wanted to move? And you'll need a seconder. Go ahead.
Okay, I'll read it and see if somebody will second it for me. In order to reduce duplication of service with on-street and off-street lanes, that any project requiring bike lanes return to council for approval.
I will second that, Your Worship.
Councillor Hickey, comments or questions? Comments or questions?
Your Worship, could I ask, please, if Councillor Parnell would be kind enough to repeat the recommended amendment? Thank you.
Councillor Pradhan, if you could repeat it for Councillor Duguay,
Yes, Mayor.
and then we'll go to Councillor Baldwin.
In order to reduce duplication of service with on-street and off-street bike lanes, that any project requiring bike lanes return to council for approval.
Councillor Duguay, you heard it?
I
Councillor
have
Duguay.
indeed. Thank you, Your Worship.
Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, Your Worship, we just went through listening to a variety of people speak on the issue, and the word that came through loud and clear again was duplication. I thought I heard Commissioner Nelson indicate and explain that, you know, any individual project like that would undergo staff expertise and scrutiny. So a duplication that's being described by the councillor be picked up. I'm wondering if I could just clarify and ask Mr. Nelson if that would be the case.
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, that would be the case for any city staff-led projects. The only area that could possibly come into question in which there may have to be some additional scrutiny would be through a plan of subdivision, in which there would be could be a developer-led proposition in terms of the facilities, but again, that is reviewed by city staff. And comments could be made at that, but again, it would be in terms of how the developer is proposing to deliver on the cycling facilities that are proposed, and whether they put forth a recommendation that possibly may include some level of duplication of facilities, but typically that comes with an expertise as to why they're recommending such, for typically user safety and that, but which at that point it would be anticipated that that would be highlighted and brought to council's attention.
Oh, thanks for that, Commissioner. What I would say, Your Worship, is the amendment's not needed, not required. Thank you.
Actually, I respectfully disagree. I do think we need something in writing, because we have had very general language around these projects in the past. And I can tell you that there's been a lot of people not very happy with how Sherbrooke Street turned out near No Frills, or Bethune Street. That was absolutely not what was envisioned. That was all staff decision that never came back to council for final approval. Some people absolutely love it. Other people, it's just a schmozzle and they don't understand it. So I think we do need to be a little bit more careful. We only have so much geography and space to work these things through and make sure that they're the best for the greatest number of people. So I do think we need some language that these site plans for these important transportation corridors come back for final approval with council, and it's not just left with staff in the future. If it was Mr. or Commissioner Nelson, I would have full confidence, but we're all not going to be here forever. So we need to protect our flexibility. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. I'm speaking against the motion. I feel that it's not necessary. We speak as councillors. We are individuals, and we may say we speak for a group of people. We don't know how many people that is. It might be one, it may be two, it may be a group, it may be just ourselves. So I think it's very important that we don't elevate ourselves to the position of expert when we may or may not be. And that's why we have a consultation process that involves a large scope of the public, a large group of experts, and expert staff, engineers, and a broad range of people that can execute with precision, with insight. And if there is a need, our commissioner is telling us that it will come back to us. I think this is unnecessary, and I think that we need to be cautious. We are councillors, we're elected representatives to represent our wards and our constituents and our portfolios. I think we need to be careful not to elevate ourselves to the experts that we aren't. Thank you.
Mr. Clerk, could you read the amendment, please?
Thanks, your worship. I appreciate that. We just want to clarify with the counselor, and it's on the screen as well. It's moved by Councillors Parnell and Hakey to amend the motion as follows. In order to reduce duplication of service with on-street and off-street bike lanes, any projects involving bike lanes be referred to council for consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Councillor Purnell for a second time, and then Councillor Burke.
Thank you. I do need to amend that a little bit, just with a slash trails, because some of part of the problem is a future trail in our ward that we're hoping to amend to be safer and less expensive. So if we could just have it with on-street and off-street bike lanes / trails, because that will bring in the multi-use trails into the discussion, please.
Councillor Hakey, is that as a second, is that okay with you?
Yes, it is.
And then I had Councillor Burke. Councillor Burke, please.
Yeah, I'll try to be quick, but I think that this is just very illogical. Like, it's almost 11 o'clock and that we've heard the history and the labor that's gone into the original plan, and we need a guiding plan and its framework. Its scope, from when you look at it, is broad and inclusive. It doesn't exclude, it's not very excluding of things. And I think that we heard in last week's meeting that, you know, we do have the final say in a lot of regards to these projects. And like, I agree with the work that's gone into this. And I don't think that at almost 11 o'clock at night, we should be sort of like nitpicking at something where like a lot of forethought has gone into creating. And this is how we need to move ahead as a city, is to create this type of policy that can help us be more efficient. We've heard from Blair, who said, you know, that for them to go back to the drawing board on this, it would take forever. It would take forever. And you know, to ask staff to have to prepare a report for us every time there's a bollard in a plan, that doesn't make sense. Let's just move ahead with the logical solution and go with the history on this, go with the knowledge and expertise behind the original plan, and let's try to get out of here at a decent hour.
Any further speakers? We'll go to Councillor Duguay, please. Sorry. Councillor Duguay.
Yes, your worship. I am, like others, very fully cognizant of the hour. What I believe Councillor Purnell is seeking is an affirmation that on new bike lanes that are described and illustrated through our official plan, that final design could be considered and approved by council. It would be no different, your worship, than if we were contemplating and considering final designs for new roads and improvement to roads. I do support the intent of the motion. I don't consider it being superfluous or extra work for council. I want to ensure that bike lanes, particularly on our major arterial roads, are done properly and provide a safe a facility for all concerned. So I will be in support of Councillor Purnell's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Duguay. Any further comments? We will go to a vote.
Mr. Clerk, I am a yes.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I'm also a yes.
Point of information, we need a 2/3 for this, correct?
Mr. Clerk? No. Mr. Clerk says no.
But it's new and it's at council. There's been no notice of this.
Mr. Clerk, provide some clarity first.
Thanks, your worship, and thanks for the question. The matter was recommended from General Committee on the 27th.
The amendment, though, is new, and it was not introduced to us tonight or before tonight.
Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, your worship. Yes, the matter has been recommended from General Committee, and then procedurally, these recommendations that are before council this evening, they can be voted in affirmative, they can be voted in the negative, they can be amended, they can be deferred. Thank you, your worship.
I think the question is 2/3 majority necessary or a simple majority?
Be a simple majority, worship.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. We're proceeding with the vote.
I am still a yes.
Thanks, Your Worship. Just as a matter of procedure, we do have the initial sort of part one recommendation that reads that the city's official plan be amended in accordance with the draft official plan amendment number 4, attached as Appendix A to report IPGPL 25001.
Gotcha, Mr. Clerk. Get somebody to move that. Councillor Purnell.
Thanks, Your Worship. It's those recommendations were moved by Councillor Vassiadis and Crowley. Just as again, as a matter of procedure, if I might, Your Worship.
Yes.
And I'll defer to my colleagues here. Now that we're back to that original recommendation, there is an associated bylaw with that and the schedules on that. So I believe, and again, I'll defer to my colleagues here, but I believe we have bylaw 25-009, which is part of the agenda this evening, which speaks to this matter. I think if it's council's will then to go back to the original recommendation, if that were to be approved, then I believe we're back to the original bylaw and attachments, but I'll certainly defer to any comments from my colleagues here. Your Worship, bylaw 25-009, I believe.
Your Worship, that's correct. We'd be going back to the bylaw that was considered last week as attached to the report, rather than the one on tonight's agenda.
Your Worship, yes, I think if it's council's will that the bylaw be approved when we get to that stage as amended so that it reflects the original bylaw, if that's council's will.
On the fuller motion, right?
Yeah, thanks, Your Worship. So we do have an amendment that was approved. So if we're back to the main motion now, which is the first part of that recommendation, which reads that the city's official plan be amended in accordance with the draft official plan amendment number 4, attached as Appendix A to the report. And now we do have an amendment to that. So procedurally, we're back to the main motion as amended, which was moved by Councillors Vassiadis and Crowley.
And we'll go to a vote.
I am a yes on that.
Mr. Clerk, could you please repeat what exactly are we voting on at this time?
Clerk, please.
Thanks, Your Worship. Your Worship, we have a main motion now which has been amended. The first part of the main motion is that the city's official plan be amended in accordance with the draft official plan amendment number 4, attached as Appendix A to the report. That's essentially the recommendation, as I understand it, from January 27th committee. That recommendation has been amended. So we also have an amending motion that in order to reduce duplication of service with on-street and off-street bike lanes / trails, any projects involving bike lanes be referred to council for consideration. So we're back to the main motion as amended, Your Worship.
Thank you for that explanation, Mr. Clerk. I will vote in the positive.
Yes, go ahead, Councillor Chico.
Could we, I didn't know that it was going to appear like this. Can it be separated out? Could we be voting for the main motion and have the amendment separated out?
We've already concluded that, Mr. Clerk.
Your Worship, thanks for the question. We have voted separately on the amendment, and then now we're back to the main motion as amended.
As amended.
As amended.
As a complete motion.
Yeah, correct.
Okay.
The main motion is carried. The next item is 13F, the zoning bylaw, section 4, parking, loading, driveways report. Councillor Riel, you flagged this one. If somebody would move it, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Vasiliadis, we now have it on the floor. It's your, go ahead, Councillor Riel.
Through the chair, I'm just going to have it separated out for a vote. I think I spoke at length this last week on this issue. Certainly the impetus for this here was parking issue, and certainly reducing the parking, certainly in the downtown, is going to affect the neighborhood with on-street parking in the neighborhoods. And certainly tonight a vote was taken to enhance transit, which was voted against. Certainly the whole impetus for this here was to get people out of cars, or they wouldn't have to have as many cars, and certainly they would be taking transit or riding a bike. And certainly when you cannot support a transit system that's supposed to be the impetus for doing this here, I cannot support it, so I'm separating it out for a vote.
Crowley, Councillor.
Through you, your worship, I do have an amendment that I would like to bring forward for this related to EV charging, if I may. Sure, and I've sent it to John and Natalie as well, so they have it. But the amendment simply reads, and I don't think it needs much discussion. I think it's pretty straightforward. It says that staff consider opportunities to require electric vehicle charging facilities in the city's land use regulatory tools, such as the forthcoming community planning permit bylaw. And I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I know that this is 2/3 majority to do anything to change this. So this is more future thinking. Next time we come back, maybe add some language related to EV charging. So thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you to you, Mayor. Perhaps to either Commissioner Nelson or Director Appleby. If we're putting something in a bylaw that supersedes provincial legislation or the Planning Act, I don't think we can require developers to do this. It's more of a market function. So would we be putting ourselves in a position for on like land tribunal situations if we have this?
Thank you, Your Worship. I think if we were dealing with sort of a site-specific application and we tried to force EV parking on someone, then yes, they could certainly appeal that decision if that decision was made.
Does this put us at risk then? If we do this, or is there language in there that will protect us from legal challenges?
Your question is directed to whom?
Through you, Mayor, probably to Director Appleby, or I don't know.
Director Appleby, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. I'll start, and maybe Commissioner Potts might want to jump in after. But as worded on the screen right now, I don't really see anything in that wording that would be sort of cause me concern, because at this point it's really about thinking, how do we maybe approach this in the future, right? So there's nothing that jumps out at me there that causes concern.
Did you want Commissioner Potts to comment?
I agree with my colleague. Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, that's a race. Thank you very much, Your Worship. Through you, this is a question to the mover. I'm just concerned that it's a little light on the toes in the first few words, that we can consider opportunities to require. Like, that's kind of oxymoronic to me. Like, we're either requiring or we're toying with opportunities. We're trying to incentivize developers to build. And I'm just wondering if we could think of it as an incentive, that it be that we're promoting the benefit, that it aligns with our strategic plan as a city, our climate action plan 2.0. I'm just not, I can't understand why anyone would be opposed to this. This is the direction we'll all be going soon. We're transitioning to away from fossil fuels over these next few years. So I guess my question is to Commissioner Nelson or Director Appleby, we're trying to create incentives. Could we use this in some way to incentivize? And could you recommend some language that we could make this an incentive? Thank you.
Through the chair, I that would be the desire, the direction that we go. The challenge we're facing right now is coming up with options that are actually available to us that may very well be require the need for funding or various elements in that nature, in which again, staff would be looking, because again, we don't want to start specifying something that goes above and beyond the Ontario Building Code, because we can't do that.
Thank you. And if I may supplemental through you, Your Worship, have you explored what's happening in Guelph in I believe Hamilton, Toronto, the 10 municipalities where they have created this as a requirement, how they've built that in? Thank you.
Through the chair, we are aware of some of those. Have we fully exhausted the research on all of that? The answer is no. Other staff have looked into it in some detail, but again, it's anticipated that this would be part of the function as we're going through the CPPS and looking at the options to incorporate something of that nature.
Thank you. And so through you, Your Worship, can we understand together that that will indeed be done, that we will explore what the other 10 municipalities are doing and try and glean a best practice so that we could implement this, and that would be the goal? Thank you. To align with our strategic plan and our climate action plan and initiatives.
Mr. Nelson, please.
Through the chair, yes, it would basically be the direction of the motion to give staff that direction to explore those options and those opportunities.
And actualize them wherever possible. Thank you very much.
Councillor Riel, please.
Here, I'm just talking to the clerk here. I think that the amendment should be a D. And at that time, I want to separate D out for a vote. So we already have A, B, and C. The amendment should be, it's because it's talking about charging stations, I feel that should be a D. D. And then at the time of we're going to vote, I would like to separate that at D.
Mr. Clerk?
Thanks, Your Worship, and yes, that's how I understand it. At the moment, there is an amending motion to this matter that's on the floor, and once debate is completed, then there would be a vote specifically on that amendment. That'd be considered first.
So the amendment is going to be a new D that's been moved by Councillor Crowley and Councillor LaChica. Is that correct, Mr. Clerk?
That's correct. If it were to be approved, then it would become
a D to the recommendation.
Correct. Yeah.
So any further comments or questions? We'll vote on the proposed amendment from Councillor Crowley.
I am a no.
Councillor Duguay?
I will vote in the positive.
That is carried. Mr. Clerk, we now go to the notice of motion. Would I be correct?
Thanks, your worship. Just as a matter of procedure, so that that amending motion
Oh,
was
we need to
approved as
vote on the
D,
full one now.
and then when appropriate, then we would be looking at the main motion as amended. So the main motion would include recommendations A, B, C, and then the just approve D.
And Councillor Riel wanted D separate, the new D separated out. Okay.
Yeah.
Clerk?
Thanks, your worship. I think it's just similar to the previous motion and then the same question where D was separated out for vote. It was just voted on now.
Okay.
And it was voted in the affirmative. So procedurally, we're now back to the main motion as amended, which includes recommendations A through D.
Okay.
I am no, Mr. Clerk.
We just voted on D, so it now becomes part of the main motion. Okay. So we'll go to a vote.
On the main motion, I am voting negative.
Councillor Duguay?
Your worship, contrary to my colleague, Councillor Hakey, I will be voting in the positive.
And that is carried. Mr. Clerk, we now go to the notice of motion. Would that be correct? Moved by Councillor Burke, second by Councillor Riel. Councillor Burke, do you want to speak to this? And then Councillor Riel? Councillor Burke, the floor is yours.
Thanks. So I have to read the motion, Mr. Kennedy?
If you want, I think we have it here. Go ahead. You can read it if you.
Yeah, no, it's no, there's,
See if we can post it, your worship, if that's helpful.
yeah, I mean, it's unnecessary to read it and I'm definitely, it's frustrating to be talking about something this urgent at this late in the hour. Really what this motion is about is it's from many months since the summer of Councillor Riel and I being faced with the data from our homelessness staff about the gravity of the situation in Peterborough, which looks like there are about 50 to 60, sometimes 70 people on our by name list that are living unsheltered. That means they're living outside. And as the weather has been getting more cold, we've been noticing how drastic and urgent the situation is to find shelter for those folks that are living outside. Today, they're using snow and blue tarps as their insulation. And I think that they deserve better. And I think that the argument that we've done enough, it doesn't play here. The things that we have done with the homelessness funding that we've gotten have been very impactful in the community. And this is just a further step in us addressing the problem. And we have an opportunity tonight to enact our staff to find emergency shelter for people that are currently living outside, while we work on, as a council, a long-term plan to find people there, a more sustainable, supportive housing model, which we all know we need. This doesn't come at a big ask in terms of the budget. We're taking money from the reserves to support this. It's my understanding that we have a lot of the pathways already in progress in terms of finding the operator and looking at locations. This is just a matter tonight of enacting the plan. And so that both Councillor Riel and I can create some urgency around the situation, because it most definitely is an urgent situation. No matter how you cut it, no matter what we've done, no matter what our pocketbooks or budget books or anything look like, you can't ignore the fact that tonight, when I drive home, there will be 16, 18, 20 tents packed with snow as insulation where people are living outside. And again, no matter how this issue has been downloaded upon us, we are at a point tonight where we can make a decision that will actually impact people and actually create a safe place to move our community members into. And I support that. I support that wholeheartedly. These are our mothers, our sisters, our brothers, our sons, our daughters of our community right now that are really struggling. And I will do everything within my power to continue to fight to find support for the most marginalized people in our community that need this support. This is not a pink cloud solution. We all know what the real solution is. We can't afford it. So this is us doing the best with what we have to create some safety and some shelter for people immediately, because that's where the need is at. And I look at my colleagues for your support, please. Again, we're taking the funding from the Social Services Reserve, which is a healthy reserve. And we believe that this is very important to do very, very quickly and urgently.
Councillor Real, please. And then Councillor Crowley, then Councillor LaChica.
There, through his worship, there's an absolute need for a secondary emergency shelter to be used on an as-need basis. There are 352 people on our by name priority list that are homeless and marginalized. We have 66 people that are unhoused and living in tent and campus around the city. There are currently 23 illegal tent sites identified by our city enforcement division. And as a result of insufficient shelter resources, there's no escalating enforcement or cleanup efforts taking place in last week. Calls continue to come in from residents and businesses in the affected area with no plan in place to house the homeless. I've heard comments from council that we have done enough, and it's a huge financial imposition to the taxpayers to house people. I would personally like to thank my council colleagues for stepping up to the plate when you have presented with a housing and homeless problem in the city first. When Councillor Burke and I persuaded council or presented council with a plan to put 50 modulars on Wolf Street, we were met with naysayers both in the community and some on council. You gave us the green light to an award-winning AMO PJ Marshall Award for housing and homeless. There is now being replicated across Canada. When we came to you for the money to open a low minimum barrier shelter at Trinity because our other shelters were full, again, the naysayers in the community and some in council, we provided courage and shelter for 48 individuals a night and 200 meals a day. We are back here again to ask you for your endorsement for an emergency shelter on an as-need basis to alleviate the problem of people tenting in our city, around our in our city-owned parks and property. Because of this Superior Court Justice decision in Waterloo, Ontario, we are unable to evict people that are illegally tenting without providing shelter. You, like Councillor Burke and I, have received emails and phone calls from the affected businesses and residents that expect us to find a solution. This is our solution to the problem. I hope you will support Councillor Burke and myself in supporting this. I have spent the last 3 weeks searching for a cliff or an ice floe big enough to put 66 people on so we could either push them off, put them out to sea, and the saying is, out of sight, out of mind. We need this shelter to house the unhoused out of the unsafe, unhealthy situation they find themselves in. Please support this much needed resource. Thank you.
Councillor Crowley, please.
Thank you, Your Worship. And with all due respect to Councillors Burke and Riel, it left a really bad taste in my mouth what happened last week when there was an article in the paper that was calling out the mayor. This is something that I'm really glad that you brought to council, because I think that it's something that we all should have heard and we all need to vote on. I know originally I came out tonight seeing the notice of motion and I expected to look at this, and after reading it, I thought there's not enough information here for me to make a strong decision. I understand exactly that we need an emergency shelter. Danielle Turpin, I believe, came up and changed my mind with what she said. So I'm not going to suggest a deferment. I can't. I still don't like sort of how it all went down, but it's here now. And because it's here, I have a couple of questions. It's something that I feel like I have to support because dear Lord, it's cold out. So we got to do what we can. So, Commissioner Laidman, how realistic is $150,000? Like, what's that going to get us? What does that look like? For an emergency warning, for an emergency shelter.
Schreiben?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Leal. I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. We haven't done any kind of investigation or analysis. I
Yeah.
certainly can say from our existing shelter contracts that we have in place
Yeah.
that it's not going to provide much of a service at all, to be honest, of any significant length of time. However, certainly if council passes this motion, staff will do our best to work with our partners to see what service they could provide
Yeah.
in a very short time period. I would hate to make any public statements today to verify what I believe that last minute type of service could be.
Yeah.
But it's going to be a challenge. We rely upon outside agencies to provide these services. We can't provide this type of service as city staff. We're not permitted to through our insurance and other stipulations. So we rely upon small organizations that don't have deep staff complements that can just be able to offer a new service on a dime with an idea. So normally they're going to take a lot of lead time to be able to provide a significant service. So those are the kinds of things we would investigate.
Okay. And through you, your worship, do we have any idea where it would be, or are we still sort of like, are you still reacting to this as well, thinking, oh gosh, okay, well, once this gets approved, we're gonna have to figure out where, with whom?
All those through you, Mayor Lear, those are all questions
Okay.
that certainly we as staff would have,
Yeah.
and I don't think are insignificant.
Okay.
Who is going to operate something and where it can be operated. Bluntly, those are very difficult conversations to find a location that
Yeah.
can meet various standards to be a shelter. That's a very limited options right there, whatever that may be. To be able to make improvements to those sites to meet public health standards, fire safety standards in a short amount of time. Again, we're dealing with very limited options.
Right.
And then the decision about the impact on neighborhoods, and that we all know impacts on neighborhoods from shelters is significant
Yeah.
and is a challenge. And all those things come to mind as to how we would address it if this motion goes through.
Okay. And I mean, by all means, I'm not trying to, dump on the notice of motion at all. It was just, I read it and I'm like, gosh, there's not a lot of information here. And it was just me wanting to do it. I do want to, if it's possible, add an amendment to it. If I may, and there's no such thing as a friendly amendment, but it's not a bad one. If I may, am I able to make an amendment to a notice of motion?
Mr. Clerk, amendment to a notice of motion?
Is that possible?
Mr. Chair, I believe procedurally it's motions before council.
Okay, so it's very simple. I don't have it written down. But it is that staff return in September with an enhanced winter emergency plan. My thought is, and that's it, and I hope that's sufficient enough, and I hope that makes sense, and I hope it's robust enough. My thought is this is a conversation that we should have had in November, October, possibly even September, because here we are in February, bringing a notice of motion saying, oh my God, it's so cold out, we need to open up an emergency shelter. And then we're going to be getting into March. And by the time we get anything open, we could be into spring. It could warm up in the next little bit. So what I'm thinking is, this is an amendment to this saying, okay, well now in September, as well as doing all of this, come back with a report on what we can do for next winter. So that at the very least, and I know you guys are the homeless chairs, and I'm not trying to step on your toes. I'm just thinking it would be a really great thing to have in our back pocket if we have a winter like this next winter. So
I'm just trying to procedure.
Yes, sir.
You're moving an amendment for a winter plan to be brought back.
An emergency winter response plan to be brought back in September of 2025. Yes, for
You'll need
winter of 2026.
You'll need a seconder to that.
Yeah. Anybody? Bueller, anyone?
You need a seconder?
No.
We don't have a second.
I would so move.
Oh, we do have a seconder, Counselor Duguay.
Thank you, Counselor.
Good.
That's it. I'm good.
We'll deal with the amendment first. Comments on the amendment. Comments on the amendment. Counselor Riel to the amendment, and then Counselor Lucica to the amendment. Counselor Riel to the amendment.
Through the chair. This is February the 3rd. It's 20 some below outside. I don't know how I can tell you anymore. There's 66 people camping outside right now. Not next September. Right now. And we're looking to try and house people that are in peril right now, not September.
Point of order.
Next year.
Okay, sorry.
Continue,
I
Counselor.
heard you say you wanted a plan for next September. Councillor Burke and I have been talking to staff since August and September of this year to get a plan in place because we could see this coming. I don't have a crystal ball. All I have to do is go down and Rubridge and read and see the 16 tents that are parked there right now. That's the reality that I see every day. So we got a plan here, and we've talked collectively in our meetings that there is a place to put people, and we were told it was between $12,000 and $14,000 a week. So you do the math, that's 10 weeks. That gets us over the hump and through into the spring to try and help people that are now in peril right now. That's what we've been talking about. So I'm offended by the commissioner when he tells me this is a huge surprise and we don't have a plan in place, because we've been talking about it. And this is what we're told, and we also have a provider for it. So either you vote for it and you say yay or nay. If you vote nay, then you can live with, and I can't go to bed thinking about people living in these kind of conditions. Sorry, I can't do it. I cannot do it.
You're on the list, Counselor.
So
Crowell.
we're
Just wait.
asking you, we're asking for your help tonight to get these people out of this position they're in.
We're dealing strictly with the amendment. Could it finish?
Our shelters are full, so please help us out here with these people that are living in peril.
Counselor Lucica, strictly to the amendment.
Thank you. Speaking to the amendment.
And then Counselor Burke to the amendment.
My understanding of the amendment, it's in addition to the motion for the immediate provision of the supplementary enhanced winter emergency shelter that the main motion states. And to the amendment, I just want to say, and I'm going to be completely frank, in the fall, I spoke to the powers that be when I saw that tents were popping up at Reed and Rubidge that we don't have enough space for the winter. I am the town ward councillor. I care as deeply as Councillor Burke and Councillor Riel, who hold the portfolio, but I'm right there with them. And I'm right there with those folks in tents that are freezing. It's going to be minus 12 tomorrow night, and minus 20 with the wind chill. If that was my son or my daughter or my grandmother, I would be snapping them up and getting them to a place where they would be safe and not die. This is a life and death situation. It's on our hands as city leaders to deal with these emergencies. We may have to borrow from our reserves, social services reserves at this point, but we just got $10 million in a housing accelerator fund. This is a manifestation of our housing crisis, that these people are unhoused. If we cannot figure out an emergency situation for them, I don't know where our heart is. I know we're in a crisis. Every community is, but I name a municipality for me right now who is not providing the supplementary space if they don't have it. I think we're an outlier. We need to get with it. We need to save lives. I am fully supportive of this motion, and I thank Councillor Burke and Councillor Riel for moving it.
Counselor Crowley, please, and Counselor Burke to the amendment.
I thought Oh, sorry.
Yes.
Councillor Burke,
Um,
Strictly to the amendment.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Leo. And I'll speak to the amendment. I support the idea of having a caveat because we already have a winter emergency response plan. We approved it. And the caveat would be to do what the city of Toronto does, which is what happens when even within that plan, the shelters are full, because this is the circumstance where we find ourselves in now. And my council colleague, Councillor Riel, is right. We have been raising this since August, the fact that the amount of unsheltered homeless residents are increasing in our community. And so when we're at the tables in our bi-weekly meetings, we're trying to ask for a solution to that. What is the solution? What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? Because we can see that it's coming, right? Beyond the current system that we've built and supported. And what we hear at those tables is that there's no money and there isn't the political will for us to go through with any more further plan to deal with what we're experiencing. And that's disheartening because we have discussions at council when the funding is there for 16 more modulars, it's a split vote, right? And so our decisions that we make are important and are guiding our staff to really sort of back off from some of these responses. So I think that it's good that we're talking about it now, but what we really need is to have a caveat to our emergency response where it's like a break the glass on the fire extinguisher moment. We have built these systems of support for our homeless residents, but it's still not enough. There's people sleeping outside. We need to open up this facility, that facility, and do it. And I also agree with Councillor Riel to the question from Commissioner Laban, and maybe he's conflating what he perceives this motion to be different from our tables at our homelessness discussions, but we have a cost per week. We have a shelter provider, the Brock Mission, willing to do it, and we have a building. We have those three things. This motion is about enacting that plan that's been on the table now for months as people have been outside in the cold. That's what this is about. So I support the idea in addition to this, to also include some sort of plan as a caveat to open up the system in examples like this, right? Our shelters are full. 48 people at Trinity every night. What that looks like is at 7:30 at night, you have a lineup and of people, the first 48 get in. The rest of them sit in the vestibule. And the elderly person that we heard about from the delegate, what do you think happens to them? The elderly person with the disability. They get bumped to the back of the line. And then they end up in the park or behind my studio where I work where there's some cover, right? Or over a storm grate with a tarp over them. Or in the encampment with snow packed in as the insulation for them. So I appreciate the amendment. I hope that we can build an actual plan to deal with these situations so we don't have to write a letter, so we don't have to come to council each time. We can just do it like we see other cities do.
Councillor Crowley.
Yeah, I just wanted to reiterate that, like Councillor LaChica said, it was in addition to what you had. Nobody can make me go from happy to angry the way you do. Accept it, it's fine. We're good.
Councillor Chica, second time on the amendment.
I'm going to be totally frank. When I was feeling very anxious, as Councillor Riel is for the folks that are in those tents, I went and I expressed that we have buildings. We have buildings that would meet the needs and meet the health requirements and the standards. I suggested the building, the former Kawartha Gymnastics building that is a city property that housed children. It has washroom facilities. It is an insulated infrastructure. That's an example of a building, and we have city buildings. So I don't buy it that we don't have the buildings. We have the service provider. We need to make a decision for the people that are suffering in the cold, and we are lucky that someone hasn't passed yet. We need to take care of them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Duguay, please. To the amendment.
Thank you, Your Worship. I am supportive of Councillor Crowley's motion, but I will wish to speak to the full motion and I know it's late, but I still wish to speak to the motion. I have a series of questions which I think need be answered. Thank you.
Any further comments on the amendment? Councillor Burke,
Yeah, I'm really sorry, but just the staff, is this going to be redundant, the wording? Because we already have an emergency winter response plan?
Schleiben?
Sorry, John, I don't know if I mentioned enhanced. Sorry. Staff return in September with an enhanced emergency winter response plan or something that would differ from, because I know that like Councillor Riel and Burke have an emergency response plan, as does social services. So this might be to what Councillor Burke is saying, some sort of snap extra additional emergency. I think if we put the enhanced in front of it, I think that would be an understanding of what we're, yeah.
Okay. Mr. Clerk, do you have the amendment we're going to vote on first?
Thanks, your worship. It's been moved by councillors Crowley and Duguay to amend the motion, and I believe I have it correctly that staff return in September with an enhanced emergency winter response plan.
We'll vote on that, on the amendment.
I am yes, Mr. Clerk.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I'm voting in the positive.
And that is carried 11-0. We'll now go to back to the main motion now as it's been amended. And I'll go back to that speaking list. I had Councillor Chico, Riel, Burke, and Baldwin for the main motion. Councillor LaChico, please.
I think I've spoken enough. Thank you.
Okay. Didn't want to miss anybody. Councillor Riel on the main. Councillor Burke. Councillor Baldwin. Sorry, it took a while to get there.
Thanks, your worship. A question to Councillor Laidman, if I might, through you, worship. Sheldon,
to Commissioner Laidman.
What did I say?
Councillor.
Oh, sorry for the demotion, Mr. Laidman. I apologize. The winter emergency program we have in place now, and council some time ago approved an additional $300 and some thousand to enhance the number of hours currently at Trinity. Are we turning people away from Trinity at night, or do you know if we are turning people away? I've heard that tonight, that we don't have enough shelter space there. Just want to confirm that that's true.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Leal, I think it's safe to say that our shelters are generally at capacity most nights. That's a fair assessment.
That's good. Thank you for that. I can recall a couple of examples last year, the year before, where staff had set up an emergency shelter area for a day or two, one of which was at the Peterborough Public Library, where we had some cots put in on an emergency basis, and we had staff accommodate those folks. I'm not sure how many cots were there, but generally speaking, I think it was well subscribed. And then there was another occasion, if I recall, where it wasn't the library, there was another space that was used. And I think our city staff volunteered their time to open another facility to provide an opportunity for people to have something warm to eat and a shower and things like that. Could you just confirm my recollection of that?
Yeah, through you, Mayor Leal. I'm not entirely sure exactly we've done so many of those things over the last 5 years, to be honest, but certainly referring to we've done so at social services building in the past to open that. That's not available to us as the landlord is not supportive of that type of service being provided as part of our lease. However, also changes to the city's insurance provider. We cannot run a shelter as city staff. So it has to be a third-party provider. It could be in a city building, certainly through a lease arrangement where they are providing the insurance to the city through their own coverage, as we do in other circumstances. So that part of it makes it more difficult, and we have to rely upon a third-party provider to provide any extra service. The service that we've set up for and council's agreed to in its winter response plan that was approved by council is that another shelter was opened at the Trinity Center that council supported. Daytime drop-in service that was provided. Council then provided additional funding to provide extra hours for that service as part of the budget in December, and that we have service provisions at One City, at Trinity, if it's cold or hot extreme temperatures to open. So all those contracts have been put in place, and those providers have worked quite some time to make sure they have the staffing and the location. Being able to do something ad hoc with a third-party provider, we were at their whim of being able to do so. Especially for an overnight service, they're going to try to offer an overnight service at a staffing level that it's not easy for them to provide that's why these contracts are in place, so that they can ramp up and know that they have the funding in place from council to be able to do so for the following year, usually, not on a last minute basis.
Thanks for that. And then through your worship to Mr. Laidman, and perhaps it'll go to Commissioner Potts as well. A while ago, when we were trying to deal with the open parks and spaces bylaw, to have people move from one area to perhaps another, we had to open up a temporary spot to do that. And I believe that was the Morrow Building. And I can recall an article, I believe it was on the front page of the Examiner. It wasn't as cold, but when that temporary shelter was opened at Morrow Park, I don't believe it was subscribed by anyone, which leads me to the question. I'm led to believe and that there are some folks who are living in the rough that continue to live in the rough. They don't want to go into a shelter system for whatever reason. They will not go in. Do we have any idea of the 66 people that have been referenced tonight, or 60 that are in the notice of motion? How many of those folks, if we opened up a temporary shelter, would still choose to remain outside? Do we have any idea what that might be?
Mr. Laidman, please, you want to respond on the Morrow Park issue, or the Morrow building first, and then the other questions that have been posed by Councillor Baldwin.
So I guess through you, Mayor Leal, I guess I'll just answer that it definitely is a phenomenon in homeless services that some people don't want to use shelter services. That's a fact. For whatever reasons, people live complicated lives, and it's difficult to provide a shelter service that works for everybody. Certainly, I don't think I would be prepared tonight, though, to answer accurately what number of those 60 plus persons would be in a position of wanting to accept shelter or not. I don't think I could provide that to council. So
that's fair, Mr. Laidman. I appreciate that. The only other question I had with respect to the notice of motion, Your Worship, is the word temporary. We've looked at $150,000 ask, and the motion is a little vague. What does temporary mean? Is it 60 days, 30 days, a weekend? What is it? If we, for example, get a Chinook that comes through here, and it's all of a sudden it's 4 or 5 or 6 degrees for 3 or 4 days, there may be people who won't access that shelter. They prefer to be outside. And if they're not accessing the new temporary emergency shelter that's been described, what do you do with the staff that's been hired to help out from another agency, and what do you do with that space? Maybe that's an unfair question, but I think it's a reality. It could happen. So I'll leave that to either the commissioner. I see Councillor Burke seems to want to answer that one. So maybe to the commissioner first. That's who I'm directing the question for, I guess.
Mr. Laidman, please.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Leal, I'm not sure I have a good answer for that. I mean, we have not, as staff, contemplated what a temporary, even if one could be set up, and if so, what would be the circumstances by which we would run it or operate it? I don't think that's been contemplated, in any level of detail at this point.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. And I want to ask one last question, if I could, Your Worship.
Yes, Councillor Baldwin.
And I don't know if anybody can answer it, but I'll kind of frame it this way. One of the previous speakers had said, we haven't had anybody pass outside. But I've heard the commissioner say, we are not offering the shelter system. It's done by a third party. And no one wants anyone to perish because of the elements. But I got the feeling that the city would be responsible if some unfortunate person was to succumb to the elements or something that occurred outside because they weren't availing themselves to a shelter. So that would speak to, potential liability. So I don't know who I'm asking that question to. I guess potentially Commissioner Potts, but if we're not running the service, we're contracting out the service. Would the city in any way be liable, Commissioner? Again, that may be it's a hypothetical, and I absolutely don't want anybody to perish, but I'm just wondering, it was kind of hinted at a previous.
Mr. Potts, that could be an in-camera session. I would certainly think.
Yes.
Fair enough. I'll withdraw the question. Thank you, Your Worship.
It's my South End legal observation. Councillor Duguay, please, and Councillor Burke. Councillor Duguay.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I'm going to refrain from commenting about the manner in which this notice of motion came forward. I don't think it's appropriate this late hour. I'll just park that for the moment. The concern I have with the motion is as follows: what building, what service provider, and what budget? The motion as presented from my perspective is porous. It does not offer a concrete plan and leaves us in a position that we would be essentially blindly approving something that what we're hearing from our senior staff appears not to be possible to achieve. I do appreciate the dilemma this community finds itself in. As a councillor and as a community citizen, I do not wish for persons to be residing in the cold and being exposed to the elements. But I find the motion as being introduced does not and will not resolve problems. And as explained, and I think succinct detail by Commissioner Laidman, we would not be in a position to necessarily secure a service provider. I am concerned, frankly, about what municipal building, because that is not confirmed. And we would need to talk to the neighboring community if such a facility was ever possible. And lastly, the overall budget implications. I do not believe that $150,000 would provide any adequate measure of support for such a facility. Those are my comments at this late hour. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Burke, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'm an elected official and I meet bi-weekly on the homelessness file, bi-weekly. Okay. And we've been doing this. This is a no-frills motion to do the bare minimum because of Councillor Riel's point. We're into February at this time. If you want a more succinct motion to come with a meaningful response, let's go. I'm here for it. We know what that looks like, but there hasn't been the political support because there was also another letter. If you want to bring up how this was done, there was another letter of people that have spoken out against this. We have not had the political support or the funding to do anything actually meaningful to respond to the situation. We have 66 people outside tonight. That's 3 times as many people that are in this room right now, outside in a park, We have businesses around that park that have emailed us for weeks since the summertime, pleading with us to respond to the situation. And this is a bare minimum response. We have the budget attached to this motion because we've been meeting bi-weekly and we are aware of the cost, what it costs to run a shelter for the week. We are aware of a building and we are aware of a service provider. So this is where we're at. And we're going to draw a line in the sand tonight. And we're going to ask you to come across that line and support this response, as simplistic as it may be, because no matter what, it will be opening the doors to offer shelter for people this winter. And we'll most definitely go back to the drawing board for next winter if that's what we're hearing. Okay? The city of Toronto does things like this all the time. They have plans to open up warming and cooling stations in extreme temperatures when their system is at capacity. We don't have such plan in place for Peterborough. So what that looks like is you have extreme weather alerts from public health, and we don't have any plan to implement to open space up to provide shelter for people. So this is the first step in for us to try to do something tonight that will open up a warm place for people to go, not all day, overnight. It will most likely be army cots in an empty building somewhere overnight. You know, that's what we're talking about here. Okay? But this is the bare minimum that we feel that we could ask right now because of how these conversations have gone down at council. So tonight is the night, you know, I'll call the question maybe even, but I don't know if I have to. Let's get a vote on.
Any further comments, Councillor Ball, please?
I wanted to belabor the point, Your Worship, but I'd like to ask the councillor, who's the provider and what's the building? Because I'm hearing there are service agreements in place with third-party providers that the city signs off on, and I'm not sure you can do that tonight. So who's the provider and what's the building?
I mean, I have, through the chair, I have emails that go back to our budget meetings in November between the commissioners, I think CAO Reyna, where staff have been working on a contract with the Brock Mission because like Commissioner Laidman's point, to build a sustainable something like Trinity or Wolf Street, you can't just do it like a week here, a week there. You have to ensure that that staffing complement is going to be there year after year. This is something that's different. So our staff has gone and met with Bill McNabb, and they have contracts in place where they've been given a cost that he can hire on these people to do this quickly if necessary. And there is a building that has been proposed to us that would work. I think there's many locations that could work. I don't know if like the building we were looking at is a place that we have used before to do this.
I have a question, Mr. Lehman. Is this all been arranged with Bill McNabb and Brock Mission?
Through you, Mayor Leal, I'm not, I believe that council, if they would like to ask city staff of questions related to this, that it should be an enclosed in-camera meeting and not open to the public.
I agree.
If you would want city staff to answer any further questions.
I happen to have been with Bill McNabb for portions this afternoon related to a transitional housing project that I issued a directive this afternoon to get built as quickly as possible in this community, because that's what the AMO report said. The AMO report says, quit spending money on ad hoc responses to this issue. Solve it by building urban housing. That's exactly what the directive will start to do when it comes forward for approval. So, sorry, Councillor Purnell.
I will speak to it because there's been some accusations that I really don't appreciate. We have, as a council and staff, as taxpayers, done quite a bit in this area, to the tune of the homeless file is over $11 million. And that's provincial money, city money, 208,000 of it's from the county of the 11 million. But that doesn't include police, EMS, fire, enforcement, the cleanup of our parks, the loss of use of the Wolf Street building and some parks. We have numerous service providers out there doing their own thing, forecast, safe injection site, 360 nursing. We have our shelters, Brock, Cameron House, yes. I'm missing one. Crossroads, there's the chaplaincy house. There are so many. Canadian Mental Health has houses looking after people. We understand that one city somehow owns houses and are having sleeping cabins in those backyards. And Mayor, next month we are opening up the Monaghan Road facility. That's 55 transitional units of affordable housing units to move some people from less sustainable housing or good housing into more affordable, safe housing. That's 55 moving in next month. And then I do appreciate your actions today to expedite the work with Brock Mission. They are a provider that I do have faith in, and I've personally fundraised for them and supported them because they do a great job for us. So, and that doesn't include the housing money, right? Over $17 million in housing money, plus, Peterborough Housing Corporation. So we do a significant amount, even in this budget. We continue to support extra discretionary benefits from the municipal budget to help citizens in our city. And will it ever be enough? We could give it $2 million more tonight, and there'll be a whole bunch more people coming in to look after next year. That's just the way it is. So we have to do the best we can. We will never be able to satisfy absolutely everybody. We'll never be able to provide housing that meets their very unique, complex needs. We've heard that over and over again. So to imply that the city taxpayer, actually the taxpayer in general, has not helped is not fair and not safe. And Trinity, I don't think is sustainable. The word sustainable was used with that, and that is not sustainable for those neighbors and for the businesses in that area. And Wolf Street is still not all that great either. And we cannot do this again in another neighborhood, Mayor. We can't, with no notice of which building we're talking about. I'm aware of what you're talking about, and it will not go over well with that neighborhood, and no public consultation either. So I can't support the notice of motion on this because we have done as much as we can do, and Mayor, you even said yourself we're out of runway on this. So thank you.
Councillor Rial for a second time.
I'd like to know what price you put on a human life. Because that's what we're talking about, 66 people that are living in peril. So would a councillor like to tell me what the price is for a human life? I can't put a price tag on it. All I know is what we're asking for tonight. It's $150,000 for an emergency shelter for a period of time to get us over this year. Not next week, not in the future, right now. People are in peril. I congratulate the mayor today. That building will not be, it will take them 2 years to build that building. It was over a year to build the one on Monaghan Road. That's exactly what we need. Permanent housing. Wolf Street was designed, it's temporary housing. It's a flow through. People come in, we stabilize them because we learned a lesson that if you put people that have been living rough or in a tent, in an apartment, in a month, they're evicted. We lose the landlord that will never rent to us again, and people on the street again trying to find a place. The whole object of the Wolf Street was to completely flow through people through. So those 66 people, if we had places to put the 50 that are now, that are ready to go, those people would be in the modulars and Wolf Street, getting stabilized for their forever home. That's what the program is. I'm sorry, we don't have that. We don't have the permanent housing. I congratulate Brock for what they want to do, but right now, that there probably will be 2 years before that building is up and going. I'm just saying that because they have a process to go through, and we're well over a year for Monaghan Road. I think that was built in record time, but we're still waiting for our first tenants. What we're asking you tonight is to give us a hand here. We have a plan. We need the money. And so we want to house some people. That's it. If councillors around the table can go home tonight and say, well, whoop-de-doo, 66 people are out. I could care less. Well, I'm sorry, I do care. And I want to see them housed in somewhere that they're safe, that they're not in the elements. That's what we're discussing tonight. We have potentially a person that could do that job for us. We have several places we could look at for putting that we've used before. And certainly we need the $150,000 because the figure that I was given is $12,000 to $14,000 a week to run this. No bells and whistles, just a place for the people to come out of the elements and sleep for the night. That's what we're asking for. Pretty simple. You don't want to go along with it? I guess you can go home to your warm bed and all the stuff and live your little life the way it is. I'm sorry, I'm not built that way. I think differently. I feel differently. I want to help these people. And I think the general population is looking at us tonight. What kind of community do you want to live in? I want to be in a caring community that cares for these people. Is this going to go away? This is a worldwide epidemic. Housing or homelessness, marginalized housing is a worldwide phenomena that's going on. It's Canada-wide, it's Ontario-wide, and it's here in Peterborough. So for you to think that it's going to go away, you have to try and support this here. I heard some numbers that's thrown out here. I mean, we partner with both the federal and provincial government to give us money. And thank you very much to MPP Smith for the money that it's given us. This is all not taxpayers' dollars, but it is taxpayers' dollars in some way. But we need your support tonight for $150,000, plain and simple.
Councillor Al, we think we could do it in a year. We've actually got the template from Monaghan Road to incorporate. Well, I'm just giving you the facts. We think they can build it in a year. And we're also maybe looking at Mortlock Construction to do the building who did Monaghan Road.
Mayor, we're talking about right now
I just
66
wanted to
people,
correct,
not a year from now.
I just wanted to correct you, said 2 years. We
Okay,
think we could
okay,
do it in a
fine.
year.
We'll go with your number. We're talking about people tonight,
That's fine.
not in a year's time,
No, that's fine.
because they won't be with us.
Nope, that's fine. Any further comments? Any further comments? We'll go to a vote.
Mr. Kennedy, I'm a no.
Your worship, Mr. Clerk, I am also voting in the negative.
And that is defeated. The next item we have is bylaws. Just get to the bylaws. The one bylaw's got to be separated out, Mr. Kennedy, 15E, is that right?
Thanks, your worship. You are correct. Bylaw 25-015 was the subject of Councillor Duguay's pecuniary interest. And if I might just draw council's attention to bylaw 25-009, which was the subject of a recent discussion here involving amendment number 4 to the official plan. If it's council's will, I would suggest that bylaw be amended to reflect the bylaw that was included with the staff report.
Okay, Mr. Kennedy, what would your advice be? Pull out 25, and which other one we want to pull out?
We could separate, your worship, 25-009.
Okay,
And again, if it's council's will, I would suggest it be that bylaw be approved as amended.
okay.
That will reflect the staff report and it'll reflect the direction the council gave this evening.
I would ask someone then to move bylaws inclusive 25-005 to bylaw 25-046 with the exception of 25-009.
I would so
Councillor-
move.
Councillor Duguay, comments or questions? We'll go to a vote.
I am a yes.
It's been, Your Worship, it's been moved by Councillor Duguay and seconded by
Councillor Crowley.
Crowley. And if I understood correctly, it's you're moving bylaws 25-005 through to including
25-046, with the exception of bylaw 25-009, because that's been amended.
And if I might suggest to Your Worship, we also pull out bylaw 25-015, which was part of Councillor Dugay's pecuniary interest.
Okay, we can do that too.
If you're amenable to that.
Councillor Parnell, please.
I'm just looking up for my ward mate. Did we catch 15A1 for him? Because it talks about borrowing money for the transit garage replacement.
Yeah, we already handled that.
We did catch that one?
That's
Okay,
done. Yeah,
Sorry.
his conflict was noted,
Okay.
and we
sorry.
separate that out for a vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we'll go to a vote.
Your worship, I am in favor noting the required separation of the bylaw pertaining to the a storage facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay. Councillor Hickey, are you fine?
I am a yes. Your worship, thank you.
E, Mr. Clerk, that's the one 25-009. That's been amended.
Thanks, Your Worship. That'd be my suggestion based on the direction the council provided this evening with that associated report, that it be amended to reflect the bylaw that was included with the staff report.
So I get somebody to move that? Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Purnell, comments or questions? We'll go to a vote.
I am a yes, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Duguay.
Similarly, I'm a yes.
I'm a yes. There we go. And that is carried. Mr. Clerk, 25-015.
Yes, Your Worship, I believe that was the subject of Councillor Dugay's pecuniary interest.
We got a Councillor Vasiliadis, Councillor Crowley. We'll go to a vote.
I am a no, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Hickey voted in the negative. I believe it was Councillor Crowley and Vasiliadis.
Yes. this one here. This is a bus refurbishment. Just the bus refurbishment bylaw. And that's carried. That's the bus refurbishment bylaw. Mr. Clerk, we're moving right along here. Other business? Councillor Parnell?
Yes, I'll make this very quick because I know it's very early in the morning. So I have provided this earlier in the evening to our deputy clerk, mayor, and CAO. And I think that's important that we do write this letter. I can tell you that we have tried this before, gone to AMO on my first term of council. Staff helped me. We went and spoke to the ministers to please encourage them not to decrease the discretionary benefits at the provincial level. That's what put additional strain on us at the municipal level to help these people, because we do actually really care about people. And we do have in our city, which does add to our housing difficulty, we have people who need us. 3,451 people in Ontario Works, 5,944 people in ODSP, and they are not they're not getting enough money to sustain themselves for rent and food and the things that they need, never mind the discretionary benefits. The base level from the provincial level or federal, if they can help out, is just not enough to sustain themselves, which puts so much pressure on us. So the motion is we have to give this a try again, send a letter to all concerned, maybe make this a delegation at AMO, and I'll read it out, that the Council for the City of Peterborough write to the MPP for Peterborough Kawartha, Minister of Children, Community and Social Services, and the Premier for the Government of Ontario, plus party leaders for the political parties, Conservative, Liberal, NDP, and Green, to request that provincial rates for recipients of Ontario Works, ODSP, mandatory and discretionary benefits be increased to a more realistic level for the cost of living. And I didn't put any names in there because we are in election mode. And I'm hoping somebody will second that, and I realize I need 2/3. Thank you.
I second that. Yes, Councillor Crowley. Comments or questions? We'll go to a vote.
I am a yes, Mr. Clerk.
Councillor Duguay?
Yes.
Terrific. So quick.
Thank you, Sarah.
I'm a yes. And that is carried. Someone like to move the confirmation bylaw? Councillor Beamer, Councillor Vasiliadis. We'll go to a vote.
I'm a yes, Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Councillor Hickey. Councillor Duguay?
Sure, why not? I'm a yes.
And that is carried. Motion to adjourn. Councillor Baldwin, Councillor Parnell. We'll go to a vote.
I'm a no, Mr. Clerk. No, I'm kidding. I'm a yes.
Councillor Duguay, you're a yes.
Indeed, yes.
And that's carried. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you, staff. It's been a long evening.
Thank you. Have a good evening.